TÜBA World Conference on Energy Science and Technology. I just want to say welcome to the conference, and it is the first panel session, and the title of the panel session is the Energy, Environment and Economy. We have five panel speakers, six panel speakers. I just want to introduce the panel speakers shortly. I'm going to start with Dr. Mihri Özkan. Professor Mihri Özkan is the Climate Action Champion Professor of the University of California. Dr. Özkan's research is committed to the development of green and sustainable energy technologies, such as advanced lithium-ion batteries produced using waste natural sources, including mushrooms, diatoms, and sand. It's very interesting. She is the lead organizer of the Climate Change Mitigation Technologies Symposium in the fall 2021 by the Material Research Society in Boston. She will represent the University of California at the MIT and Harvard co-organized Energy Symposium in August 13th as a plenary keynote speaker, talking about carbon capture technologies and EVs. Again, thank you very much, Professor Özkan, for joining. And the next speaker is Dr. Azize Ayol. She is one of my colleagues at 9 Eylül University Department of Environmental Engineering. Her research area is wastewater treatment, waste sludge treatment, and process development for energy generation from waste. And she has some projects about energy generation from waste materials. Dr. Shiram Ramakrishna. Hello, Dr. Ramakrishna. He's a professor of mechanical engineering. He's a co-director of nanoscience and nanotechnology initiatives. He heads the Center for Nanofibers and Nanotechnology. He is chair of the Circular Economy Task Force. His research area are material science, nanotechnology, biomaterials, sustainable materials, and circular economy. And our next speaker is Mr. Cook, Chris Cook. Chris Cook is a former director of the International Petroleum Exchange and an expert in financial technology. Since 2010, his action research focus as a senior research fellow of the Institute for Strategy, Resilience and Security, University College London, has been the legal design of resilience global network market institutions and instruments generally and energy markets specifically. Welcome, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
Hi. And Olcay Ünüver, he's a professor of practice at Fulton Schools of Engineering, Environmental and Research Management Program, Arizona State University. He has led a water portfolio of FAO and water assessment programs of UNESCO. He is an expert on water policy, water and land governance, natural resource management in sustainable development, and food security. Our next speaker is Zafer Üre. Mr. Üre is the founder and managing director of Phase Change Material Products Limited, specialized in PCM-based thermal energy storage products and associated low energy cooling technologies. Mr. Üre takes a special interest in promoting alternative energy efficient, environmentally friendly technologies and overall load shifting site demand management practices for practical refrigeration and air conditioning applications. Hi, Mr. Üre, how are you?
Thank you.
Well, we have three sections in panel. The first section is about global climate change. I have several questions, and I just want to direct the questions one by one, but I want you to participate with your opinions and comments to the every speaker. Well, we know the global climate change for years, and we expect the results of the global climate change. And we all know the fossil fuels has great contribution. Carbon dioxide emissions has great contribution to the global climate change. There were agreements signed by many countries, but still we have problems. Therefore, I just want to discuss this topic first. What could be the other sources of current local and global climate change? And do you think that enough and necessary measures were taken for these other sources so far? May I start with ladies, and Professor Özkan, can I direct this question to you, please?
Thank you very much, Ilgi. First, I would like to thank the organizers for the kind invitation, and pleasure to be here. And climate is something I care a lot, environment is something I care a lot, and I do a lot of actions here. So that's why I was elected as the Climate Action Champion Professor of the University of California. To answer to your question is just looking the greenhouse gas emissions, which are the main driver of the climate change, and especially carbon dioxide emissions. The lifetime of carbon dioxide in atmosphere is up to 1,000 years. So it's pretty important and pay attention. And today's numbers, unfortunately, reach out around 420 parts per million of carbon dioxide emission in the atmosphere. And this is about like 50% higher than before the Industrial Revolution. The levels were around 280 parts per million by then. And if we look at the global mean temperature increase in 2020, it was about 1.27 degrees C. So it is warmer than the 19th century. Just a second, 19th century. If we pay attention to the carbon dioxide emissions from different sectors, and the electricity production's share is about 25%. So this is global. And agriculture's contribution is around 24%. And the industry's contribution is around 21%. And then transportation is 14%. These are the global numbers. And the industry itself just produces itself about 8 billion tons of carbon dioxide emission per year. And among this, the iron and steel and cement and chemical sectors producing about 70% of the total industrial emissions. If you look at one by one, the ammonia and the corn ethanol plants, for example, the gas exiting the exhaust pipes, it's about 80% is carbon dioxide. And if we try to capture this on the site, the cost of this carbon capture is around like $10 per ton. The emission from the steel plants and other chemical processes could be up to 70% carbon dioxide emission. And the capture cost can be anywhere between $10 to $60 per ton. And the flue gas from the fossil fuel combustion, for example, coal or natural gas fired power plants, and then the carbon dioxide emission from these plants are about 15% in content of the overall fuel gas. And if we try to capture this, the cost is about $60 per ton. So unfortunately, around like almost 2 billion tons of industrial carbon dioxide emission each year cannot be avoided, like from steel industry or cement industry and all. And this type of emissions can be basically, I guess, removed by using a technology called direct air capture technology of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, directly sucking the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere to offset some of these unavoidable emissions. So I want to give, I think, time to other speakers also. So looking forward to hear from them.
Well, thank you very much for your contribution. Mr. Ure, would you like to add your comment on this question? Do you see any other sources? And Professor Özkan briefly mentioned the other sources and carbon capture. What about your sector? What do you think about it?
I think this is one of the main problems, if you like, as currently we are facing a lot of misinformation and too many numbers out there, and the public really confused and giving the wrong impression. It's a lot of wrong focus on trying to solve the environmental problem. Government usually is very keen to throw money at it without any second thoughts, just as long as it sounds good. Publics are, my experience, because I'm not academia, and I'm really living, no disrespect, but in the real world, crawling on the ground to make a living, everybody is green. Everybody is green, up to the point when you send them a quote and they see the bottom line, they turn any color under the rainbow, but not green, usually purple. Or they are green up to a point, everyone loves wind turbines and solars and everything, but as soon as you start putting wind turbines next to the houses, they are up in arms, not in my backyard. And that's one of the basically is the problem. What we are facing is the big gap between the real science and the public understanding, the politician meddling with this thing. And the solution is really is that we basically get used in the developed world, over consuming. We are consuming too much food, too much energy. And equally now we became holier than holy, dictating the underdeveloped people, which trying to catch up and try to basically is to stop them having all the benefits, what we consider is a modern life. And that I think is that the politics with the reality of the science is really far apart. And one of the problems, I think is to my mind, we need to find the reality, the balance between the politics, what people playing this politics on the real danger, what we are. It's a bit like I always describe, we are hitting in a big crush. There's a wall in front of us. We are driving the car, but what we are arguing really, which channel radio station to tune or what light to twist and adjust your seats. And really the crash is coming, unavoidable. We are over consuming more than the world can handle, the nature can handle. It's a very difficult problem as soon as the politician steps in and it becomes a nightmare. And unfortunately, one of our main problems in the Western side, Western democracy, if you like, is this cycle of 4 to 5 years elections. Mm-hmm. And therefore, they cannot take a long-term plan because they will not be elected. But people like China, for example, is when they set up a plan, they make 25 years plan. And because Communist Party will be still there, they just go and crack on with very little dissent. And they can implement incredible technologies when we see in China. And I think is at the moment, as long as we have this democratic system, every 4 or 5 years election, the politician has to be elected. And relatively, I would say most of the politicians in the Western world dishonest. All they are saying, not necessarily what they believe, but what is necessary to be done just to be elected. As long as that system is in place, I think is that car is going to crash sooner or later. It will hit a tipping point somewhere. It's a tipping point somewhere is, I don't know when. I'm not a scientist, but I can see we are really over-consuming what the world can offer us. Somewhere along the line, solutions, I guess, is beyond me, but we need to find the curb, the consumption. The only way I can think of consumption, we have to raise the energy prices, food prices, and everything, so we spare using sparingly all these resources rather than wasting.
Okay.
That's my contribution.
Thank you very much. So simply or shortly, you said that the other sources are overconsumption of resources. Shortly, I can briefly say that your comment is overconsumption. Well, also you mentioned about the politics and the government actions, etc. My second question was about this. When we look at the practices, we still see as usual type of practices. So what we need to do next, how to unite the countries for a common goal, because we need a common goal. We have to unite to solve this problem. And I want to ask this question to Professor Ayol first, and maybe later Professor Ramakrishna may contribute to this question. Professor Azize, can I have your word, please?
Okay, thank you very much for this question. It's very interesting question, actually. You know, most of the countries, including the United Nations Sustainability Goals and IPCC goals, the countries are just trying to adapt and mitigate the climate change effects. But recently, everyone accepts the mitigation is somehow kind of problematic because of the different countries depend on their geographical, locations and the other problems related to economic reasons, for example. But most of the countries are just, agreed on the adoption to the climate change effects. The crucial thing to make some positive contributions and reaching the climate change targets based on the Kyoto Protocol, United Nations Framework on Climate Change, and also Paris Agreement recently in 2020. Everyone, I think, agreed on we have to do something about the adopted climate change effects. One example, the European Community recently published the European Climate Action, European Climate Law, and also, the Green Deal climate strategic targets to design new climate actions, to make some showcase studies, maybe solutions that others can follow, and also share information, launch grassroots, activities. And I'm sure the international studies and international projects to, to meet the goals, especially for the United Nations Development Goals, will make great contributions to unite the countries in a common goal.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Ramakrishna, what do you think about this?
Thank you, Karapinar, for roping me into this wonderful discussion. And as a way of why I'm so passionate about this, I'm advisor to the Singapore government, which is looking at policies and regulations. Singapore committed to the Paris Agreement, and we have a clear roadmap as well as specific goals towards carbon neutral economy. But I like to focus on the question so that I'm part of the way the discussions are going on. I resonate or echo what has been said by the previous three speakers. But your question is, what else are we missing in emission estimations? So as a material scientist, also involved with the policy, when I look at all the reports, there are hundreds and hundreds of reports available. They're put together by dedicated people around the world. It left me to think, they are underfunded, and there are immense pressure to produce reports which are convincing, at the same time giving certain information to the policymakers, public, and NGOs. Because they're underfunded, they're also under the time sensitivity. They tend to focus on primary processes, and they have no time, neither means to collect the secondary processes, tertiary processes. That's definitely underestimated. Second one, even in the primary processes, there are a lot of leakages that happens in different stages when you look at the life cycle concept. So there's lots of leakages along the way. So I think these are other sources of emissions which are not totally counted for. I'm giving a direct answer. So to add further to that, what I think as a material scientist, I came across a recent report from the United Nations. They said 23% of the global emissions are attributed to materials. So this is the United Nations report, 23%. So as I said, while that number is good and is actually making people to pay attention to materials, in addition to traditional focus on energy, agriculture, food supply, and transportation and buildings. These are commonly adopted considerations in terms of overall greenhouse gas emissions. So what tend to be a little bit somewhat downplayed is the materials related emissions. And when you look at the number like 23%, and if you look at, again, how that has been computed, that is looking at primary processes and looking at the brushstroke information, broad brush information. But I already applaud them. The reason is there are thousands and thousands of materials. It's really impossible for these community to look at all these material systems. And they also have a serious problem is access to the data. Most of the materials companies, basically large companies, they keep their information highly confidential. And since the information is not readily available, transparent, it's just still not audited very well. Because of the competitiveness among the companies and organizations nowadays between the countries, the devices, materials, services are all intertwined, which is what makes the modern society possible. So because of this secrecy and confidentiality, a lot of information is not shared openly. And that's why for independent scholars to really dig deeper, understand this information, estimate these true emissions, I think is one of the reasonable challenge. But I think moving forward, there would be a better chance for us. So there's another thing I believe is, as was explained by the previous speakers, we haven't paid much attention to the human health effects, even though there are certain sporadic reports. For example, today's newspaper in Singapore, the world's lightest baby is born. The baby weighs only 200 grams. Can you imagine that? 212 grams. This is a newly born baby. So I was talking to neonatologist, and because we collaborate, and she said, this is related to the pollution. Here we're talking about not just air pollution, there's across living systems, the environmental toxicity. So while we're looking at a climate change, which is very important, we also have to link it to the human health. I think there is one of your question. I know you curated the questions very well. You actually had a question, I think the last question related to the pandemics. So I don't want to, break your secrecy there, or rather fun from you asking. But the point is exactly that. So if we only look at emissions, you are not really touching the hearts of the people. You are touching only the minds and probably pockets. But if you really touch the health, which is the case, we really need to link it to the human health. And I just now explained to you today's newspaper, Singapore, the world's lightest baby is born, 212 grams. So, and you ask why? That's because the whole influence of environmental toxicity, which is led by the pollution, which is, of course, you can link it to what has been said about consumerism, excessive exploitation of the nature. There are many factors that have been articulated. So I believe in order to go after these hidden, untapped emissions, I know when you say emissions, you are talking about air emissions as well as solid and liquid emissions. So now if we can somehow link it to the human health seriously and relate to some of these so far untreatable diseases, I could give several of them. Most of the neuromuscular diseases have no proper cure. So the question is, can we take a much harder look at this information because it's about the future of humanity?
Well, I'm surprised to hear that the news from the newspaper, 250 grams of baby. I can't imagine that. Sorry to hear that, in fact. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. Well, I'd like to have your comment, Professor Inver and Mr. Cook. Please feel free to add your comments on these questions. How we can unite the governments and what can we do for the next generations to prevent the climate change? Can I give the first word to Unver, Professor Unver? May I have your comments, please?
Yes. Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes.
Yes. As a matter of fact, governments have been united. It's not a matter of being united or divided, but it's a matter of complying with what our governments or we promise to do. I have been attending climate summits since the summit convened in Copenhagen, which was, I think, in 2010, when governments were almost able to unite, but they couldn't because the developing countries opposed to the imposition of limitations on them without being compensated for the impacts of climate change that had occurred primarily due to the activities and the industries and neglect by the developed countries, and it had to wait until the Paris Accord. But they have united. They have come up with the Paris Accord on the one hand, and they have come up with the Sustainable Development Goals. So the issue is the implementation. And when we look at the implementation, I feel that one of your future questions, subsequent questions, will be about the United Nations goals and how they are complied with. So the governments sign these international agreements and commit themselves to them. And in some cases, they don't realize the financial implications or the action that needs to be taken, which can vary from major policy reforms all the way to changing way of life. So let's take one of the less visible causes of climate change, which is food loss and waste. Okay, food loss and waste contribute to GHG emissions more than aviation industry and the steel industry combined. Okay, and there are basically two reasons for this. In the developed countries, one of your previous speakers touched upon that, people overeat or overpurchase, and a lot of food go bad, either in our refrigerators, on our plates and tables, or in supermarkets. Okay, and that is consumerism. And this is something that we as consumers ourselves should be able to do with all the knowledge and the awareness that we have. And of course, governments should be able to provide the conducive environments for this to happen, which could vary from, hiking food prices, which is quite difficult, to establishing measures, economic and otherwise, to cutting food waste and loss in the developed world. But what about the developing world? You cannot increase prices. They can't afford buying food, for God's sake. So what happens in the developing world, food waste does not occur in the households, in the refrigerators, if they are able to afford refrigerators. Food loss occurs in storage, in transportation, because of the lack of proper infrastructure. So the solution is entirely different to the same issue of food loss and waste. Okay, so even when the governments unite around, for example, eliminating or decreasing food loss and waste, the solution varies from country to country, from economy to economy. So solutions should be custom made, that there is no silver bullet, and they should be coordinated between sectors, because what you do in one sector in your country can negatively impact another sector. And while trying to find a solution to the climate change issue in one sector, you might be increasing GHG emissions in another sector. And as everybody will agree and will know, the first generation of biofuels was an excellent example to this. But so that replaced fossil fuels to some extent, but its production, land conversion, the manufacturing of the biofuels were so polluting and so much resource consuming that they caused more damage than they repaired. So uniting is one thing, complying with it is another. And I would like to save my comments about the United Nations SDG and Paris Accord compliance for your subsequent questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Just a moment, sorry for that. Mr. Cook, I just want you to wrap up the panel session with your comments from very beginning to up to this point. You may summarize or you add your comments about the other sources of global warming, climate change, and what kind of practices can be do, of course, Professor Nuer say that we should not. The governments have already been united, but specific measures should be taken. But do you think that we should develop a common goal or something else? Please add your comment, and you can wrap up the panel.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. I really liked what Zafar said, by the way, about the need to cut waste, because that's central to what I'm just going to be talking about. The first point, I'm not an expert on this side of it, is that I think that some of the other sources of local and global climate change are methane emissions, obviously, but I don't know the extent to which that competes with the CO2. I do know, as a non-expert, that if you cut down trees, then you don't get transpiration and you don't get water vapor, and they don't call it rainforest for no reason, So I think one of the things we have to reverse, I think in microclimate terms, I think that is quite significant. And I really think that one of the things we really need to do is to look at regenerative agricultural practices and get away from what I've heard called nitrogen farming, energy intensive, to carbon farming and sequestering carbon in soils and et cetera and so on. I think there's a huge field there. Now, onto the subject of finance, which is my competence, I think. I'm just going to say firstly that there are two, I've heard them called mega trends, which I just want to touch upon. Firstly, what we're seeing, and the reason we're talking now, is there is a pervasive spread of instant direct communication between people. This has been going on for decades and is enabling the transmission and sharing of knowledge in unprecedented ways. That's why we see colossal growth in the value of these so-called unicorns. The US companies are growing at exponential rates. The value of the sharing and spreading of information and knowledge. And what that's doing is moving us from an economy, which I perceive as essentially an economy of middlemen, whether they're government middlemen or private sector middlemen. They come between you and me, unlike me talking to you now. And we're seeing a transition from a capital and resource intensive, I call it energy as a commodity economy, to a smart economy where what's between our ears is the source of the value. I call it intellectual value and smart markets. And of course, where this leads is away from commodities and transactions to services. I said this at the World Energy Congress in Istanbul 3 years ago. There was people are beginning to realize that actually you and I don't use oil and gas. We use heat, cooling, mobility, power, nutrition. Okay, this is what we use. A human processes calories and turns it into manpower, intellectual value, and waste. You know, so we need to think about these things in services terms, and that's a very good starting point. So that's the first point I would make, to look at the way in which smart services are going to displace capital and resource intense commodities. Now, the second mega trend that I identify, not just me, obviously, is that most of the easy to extract resources have been extracted. And we're now getting onto the harder to extract. And what we're talking about here is basically the energy cost. The only hard cost is energy cost. Everything else is a matter of demand. Demand for space, demand for labor, demand, but the hard cost is energy cost, okay? Energy cost is the only hard objective cost. And what's been happening is that where 1 barrel of oil used to fuel maybe 35 to 50 barrels extracted, now in some places it's down to 1 to 5 or less. Look at tar sands in Canada, places like that. And this trend is continuing, and it's running up against limits because energy and resources are simply becoming too expensive for most people on the planet to afford. And Sheikh Yamani had a wonderful phrase that describes this trend. He said the Stone Age didn't end for lack of stones, and the oil age isn't going to end for lack of oil. Okay, it's just that people won't be able to afford to use it. It's very, very simple. So a point I make here there is that whatever people's ideology or religion, and whether they actually believe in climate change or they are denialists or agnostics, it's self-evident that the higher the dollar cost of carbon fuel, the more dollar profit there is going to be in saving it. It's that simple. So in other words, it's common sense, simple common sense, to compete on quality and cooperate on cost. And energy cost is the only hard objective cost. Now, just to finalize this sort of thread, I've got a couple of other just to say, and this ties into the next question a little bit. I like to say that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results. So unless and until we start accounting for carbon in a different way, not these dollar squiggles, which nobody really knows what it is, but it's based on debt, in fact, but using an energy metric, unless we start doing that, No solution is possible. This is what I've got to say. And this isn't just theoretical. Denmark has been doing this for 40 years. Denmark's energy security and resilience strategy since 1973 has been based on energy accounting implicitly, because they apply what I call an organizing principle to policy, and have done for 40 years, which is they minimize the use of oil and gas because they didn't have any during the oil shock, and they minimize the use of oil and gas for any given delivery of heat, power, mobility, and so on. So that, I believe, is the way in which we can do this, by applying different legal institutions, because Denmark's case fiscally was a very special one. I don't want to go into that now. I'll be making a presentation about that tomorrow. So here's a commercial. That is what I've got to say at this point. Thank you very much.
Well, I thank you for this great summary and opinions. Professor Özkan, may I ask you another question? Mr. Cook, I want your comment to this question as well, please. What do you think about the United Nations actions? And there are lots of targets, actions, events, and papers. Do you think that they achieve these targets, or they are successful, or do you think that they will be successful about these targets? The target number is 13, for example. It's about energy, sustainable development. What do you think about it?
Thank you for the question. And I just want to kind of like give some background here. And
right.
This is starting to look at all living things on Earth.
I think she has got a connection problem. Mr. Cook, may I ask you this question? Do you have any comment about the United Nations Goal 13? It is about the combat climate change. You said lots of comments, you added your lots of comments, but do you think that they are going to be successful about these targets?
No, in fact, that was when I said I was running on a little bit with my final comments, I was addressing this very question. In my view, there can be no solution within the economic paradigm which you're currently asking the question. That's the problem. All of these actions are predicated upon the use, if you like, on a dollar economy. It's not just a dollar economy, it's a euro economy. It's a certain paradigm of basing investment on certain legal tools. The ones we know of debt, equity, derivatives. I used to design derivatives for a living, you understand. And for as long as we continue to use those tools, we are going to get the same results. And what I have been doing for the last decade is basically, conducting action research into how we can actually learn from past practice and look globally at existing practice in new ways and apply these tools to actually come up with practical solutions that will work in the here and now collaboratively. Because what we're doing is creating fragmentation and competition. When what we need to do is to compete on quality, but cooperate on costs. Something that in Scotland farmers do already is something called a machinery ring. They share the use of equipment, they share the use of contractors, they collectively buy fertilizer, etc., but they still compete on the quality of their produce. And that sort of principle, I believe, can be applied to all types of field. And that's only one way of collaboration. So there are many more, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Ramakrishna, what do you think about the United Nations actions?
Well,
I wanted to comment on it. That's why I just want to hear your comments.
Thank you. In fact, I was busy replying the chats in Q&A. There was a question from one of the attendees.
Right.
The question was, should X-energy education be made necessary for all the engineering programs? I was just saying that as a member of the UNESCO expert group, 15 of us, we worked about 1 year, and we just produced the report. I saw the draft report last week, and this would be eventually released for all the higher education institutions and universities around the world. The core of that report is we felt there are 20,000 universities and higher education institutions, less than 10% actually take any attention to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. As a reminder, UN 17 SDGs are broad-based on a number of aspects that are focused on improving the well-being of humanity. But therein lies some of the SDGs focused on climate change, and they are interrelated. So one of the recommendation is we could have a chief sustainability officer in every university, just as some of the corporations are having it. In this way, you are actually building the momentum in young minds, and then they are the future champions. Back to the United Nations, I know there is a COP26 is coming in Glasgow in November. And if you look at it, there is still a gap between what has been pledged and what is actually happening. So unfortunately, COVID-19 has not totally helped the situation, because more than 100 million people now been pushed back to the poverty. And many countries are rushing to restart their economies. They are, in some sense, not giving a greater emphasis to the climate change goals. So coming back to your question about what more United Nations should do, well, fortunately or unfortunately, that's the only platform humanities have where they come together. Most of the regional platforms are not good enough to handle climate change, which is even something happens in one corner of the world, it still affects the other corner of the world. That means every nation, every community is involved in it together. So that means that's the only platform. And we would have to further somehow push these agencies to take a much deeper, stronger commitments. For example, most of them are pledges, but none of them are binding. So unless they become binding across the countries, that would be one of the issues. Second one is the energy system, which is again focus on this conference. Many of these energy systems are legacy systems. And for transitioning to a new, much better sustainable or green energy systems, it's actually a chicken and egg problem. For example, if I want to build the solar power plants and wind turbines and supply the energy for 8 billion people, I still need the existing infrastructure, produce the material, produce the components, and build that renewable energy infrastructure. Still the wiring is needed. Probably you need more electricity wiring than before, because you need to connect where the energy is generated and where the energy is needed. So now the question is, you have actually a conundrum where the more green we talk about, more climate change we talk about, some way we're adding to the existing technologies and methods more and more, because we rely on them to build the newer systems. So I think this we need to acknowledge, and the United Nations and all the community countries there really have to understand this deeply, rather than saying we only focus on this, not the other one. Rather, the plan should consider in a such way how this transition should happen, and real hard metrics, targets, which can be verified.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Ingi, actually, I am back.
Yes, yes, you are back.
Yeah, sorry,
please,
it just got from the from the meeting. And if it is okay, I would like to, continue where I started and couldn't complete.
Please.
And so what I was trying to say here was, the overall, if you look at the living things, as humans, we are the tiny fraction of the weight of the living things and have a disproportionately large impact on the environment. So therefore, the education of humans is super, super important. And then if we look at globally, I think we need to look into top emitters. So if you look at the top emitters worldwide, China alone, nearly 10 billion tons. And this is about 28% of the global share. And the United States emits about 5 billion tons. And this is about 15% of the global share. And India emission is about 2.5 billion tons, and this is about 7% of the global share. And Russia's is about 1.6 billion tons, and this is 4.6% of the global share. And Japan's share is around 2.1%. So these are like industrial heavy, countries. And then so you kind of like see the impact of the industry as well. If we look at this picture, what we see is that China is therefore the most important country when it comes to carbon dioxide emissions, because their share is about 28% alone. And China alone can really determine the failure or success of the Paris Agreement in global carbon emissions. And if we go all the way back to Kyoto Protocol, and this was adopted in 1997, and it was implemented around 2005, there were 192 countries contributed this, and the goal was to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. Since Kyoto Protocol emissions, the countries' emissions change such like the following. The China's emissions actually since Kyoto increased about 55%. So they're supposed to go the other way around, but their emissions increased 55%. And then the US's emissions reduced by 12%. And India's emissions increased by 106%. And then Russia's emissions increased by 6%. And Japan's emission is lowered by 10%. And Germany's emissions are reduced by 12%. So this picture tells us that, we can sign and agree on many agreements like Paris Agreement, Kyoto, and others like G13, as you mentioned. But the outcome of this varies from country to country. And even though the greenhouse gas emissions supposed to be reduced, in some countries, it goes to the north, and for some countries, it goes to the south. So that's why I think this is a super important point that the super emitters like China, US, and India, Russia, and all these industrial countries are pretty much holding the future of the Earth. And so they have to really 100%, obey what they promise. And then they need to meet all these promises they made. And if you look at what US did, what Germany did, and Japan did by reducing their emissions since 2005, I think this is what the rest of the countries need to follow. So it's a proven that whatever they implemented since 2005 helped. And so this is, again, the energy transition, going to renewable and reducing the emissions from the transportation and so on. So these are what US, Germany, Japan did, and they were able to reduce their emissions. So these needs to be adapted by the other super emitters in order to be successful about any kind of protocols or agreements at the United Nations level is being signed. Otherwise, we'll sign many agreements, but if the outcome is not successful, then there is no meaning. And then especially, the super emitter countries are, as I said, determining the fate of the planet. So they have to really be serious about this. So this is what I would like to mention.
Well, thank you very much. It was a good summary of the first part of the panel.
Ilgi, am I allowed to ask the panel member a question?
Sure, please
Good.
go on.
Thank you. Well, I'm not a fan of any particular country, but I just want to take this opportunity and ask a question. When we put together emissions per country, but one of the fundamental issues is per capita emissions.
Yes, right.
So, a lot of information is there on per GDP dollar, but if you look at per capita emission, I like to hear our Vascon's views on this one, because she has given lots of numbers, which I really agree. There's no doubt about those numbers. They're absolutely, mind-boggling numbers. No question about that. It just, there's always this discussion between emerging countries and, the developed countries. One of the issues is per capita emission. Mm-hmm. Even if I look at the per capita solid waste generation, which I look at these numbers, it's just, so I think maybe I thought we should get some of the panel members, what do they actually think about it? How to solve that problem? Per capita emissions. How can we translate that into really the commitments by whoever is doing more?
Exactly. So I think that's a very valid question. So we need to look at the population per country, definitely, and that will impact on how much we should expect from each country. If you look at per capita, so it is US, of course, is kind of like leading the situation. And then Russia comes next. And then Japan is next. And then China follows that. And then the EU goes after. So regardless, if you look at the per capita, so these are the top emitters, okay? The order may change if you look at per capita or if you look at the total emission. So US, Russia, Japan, China, so they pretty much determine the fate of, again, the planet. And if you look at some of the protocols that are signed, either the Paris Agreement or the Kyoto or anything that's signed before, and then look at the sign of the till next one, the next agreement, and what has changed in that particular country, and whether, what type of basically actions they have taken, whether those actions were successful or not. So that's why I gave this Kyoto one. And since 2005, something has changed in these countries that I mentioned, in Germany, in US, and in Japan. So whatever they have done, it helped and reduced their total emission. So that's why whether the numbers are in per capita or per total carbon dioxide emission, at the end of the day, the action, what's the successful action to take in order to lower both per capita and at the same time the total emission per country. So the top emitters, so those are the key countries that actually need to pay extra attention, because as I said, like they determine the fate of the rest of the countries worldwide.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Özkan, for the answer. I think we can pass to the second part of the panel. It is about economy, environment, and energy. You know that our major energy source is fossil fuels or hydrocarbons. But it's evident that we need a low-cost energy source, and again, we need a very clean energy source to control the climate change. My first question is, did we find any energy source which can be replaced by fossil fuel, a real energy source? I can direct this question to Professor Oyol, maybe.
Yes, thank you, Bilge. Of course, the answer is yes. Although, the continuous increase in population and energy demand in terms of the industrialization and the other needs for the human being, particularly, I can say the renewable energy sources, including the solar, wind, and also maybe we can consider the wind energy, geothermal energy. But I'm just regarding the biomass as a primary source, the alternative to fossil fuels. It's really great, source. Because regarding the carbon neutral considerations and impacts in terms of the global warming and the other things related to life cycle assessment and environmental impacts of the coming from the fossil fuels in terms of their negative impacts, the biomass is just considered as a great raw material and sustainable material, just converting to heat, energy, the other energy forms, gas, and the fuels. Among the, for example, biomass sources, the sustainable sources, I can say the sewage sludge coming from the treatment plants, and also green waste, especially is really a big problem in cities. And the plant kind of agriculture, for example, waste like the olive pommes or these kind of materials. I consider the whole thing related to biomass applications as a renewable energy source. But in terms of their life cycle assessment, for example, for each renewable sources, of course, they have different disadvantages too. But among the various routes regarding the renewables, I can say we have to have some tools to assess their environmental impacts like the ozone depletion, global warming, eutrophication, and the 9 planetary boundaries, in terms of the ecology. In our first session, we discussed about some different alternatives. I think Professor Olcay said about the biofuels. Biofuels can be produced or generated from biomass and other sources, but most of the industrial sectors, one of them I can say, for example, the aviation sector. They are just working the sustainable aviation fuels, but most of them are related to the biomass sources, like production by ethanol, by ethanol, and the other things. And similarly, related to the other alternatives, I can say, of course, the pros and cons should be considered, but the solar energy and the wind energy, other alternatives when comparing the fossil fuels, of course, maybe we need more technological advancement in terms of their implementation and considering their investment and operational costs. But finally, we are just talking about the unsustainable source, the primary source, the fossil fuels. And most of the people, I mean, all around the world, more than, as far as I know, more than 86% of the world's energy globally is just coming from the fossil fuels. So we have to find an alternative. And as a conclusion to your question, I think consider the renewables, but especially I'd like to highlight the biomass.
So I work with biomass as well, and biohydrogen and biomethanol production, but I'm still suspicious about these biofuels, if it can really replace the fossil fuel or other renewables. That's why, I mean, the people are expecting a lot from the renewables, but I'm suspicious if they can be enough to the demand of energy. So that's why I just want to ask this question to Mr. Cook. What do you think about it? Renewables, can renewables replace with the fossil fuel, or should we look at for other sources?
Well, and I'm going to, if I may, pass this on to my my colleague Zafar, who I've just been flicking through one of his presentations, which is quite remarkable. But I won't do that just yet because I got something to say.
All right.
There's been such a focus on renewable energy, wind power, hydro, you know, renewable energy. And the problem with that is that in a market situation, what you're doing is you're selling your power to a middleman for 5 pence in the UK, and you're buying it back for 15. So you're immediately up against the, you know, the market forces. I mean, I designed the natural gas market in the UK, and I'm sorry about that because I think we got it wrong. You know, so you know we can do better than that next time. But looking at heat, thermal resources, right? Cooling, heat. How can we provide those at least carbon fuel cost? And things like, I mean, we have hardly even scratched the surface of this. It is phenomenal savings because you're going all the way back, well to wheel, source to sofa, making, you know, there are losses all the way along that chain. And if we can come along with smart solutions, you know, and I believe that so I've touched upon the heat and thermal and the remarkable savings that can be made from combining renewable power. This is a project we're doing here in Linlithgow, where I live, taking solar power and not selling it, supplying it to drive a heat pump that takes waste heat out of the sewers. Because you might not want to know this, but 30% goes down the plug hole. And with a simple heat exchanger, we can take heat and actually supply it. So what I'm saying is that, in fact, the energy source that has most not been applied, which is between my ears and between your ears and Zafar's ears, is what Exxon call the fifth fuel, right? Energy efficiency. A university is a refinery of the fifth fuel, is the way I see it. And so I'll give you an example of how I first saw this. This is quite interesting. I'll conclude with this. The first example of the use of the fifth fuel that I've seen in my research was James Watt, the Scottish inventor, kilowatt. He actually took his new steam pump to the Cornish tin mines, and he didn't sell them to the mine owners. He gave them the use of it. Power as a service, pumping as a service, in return for a third of the coal they saved at the retail price. That's the key point. You're making savings in delivered energy at the retail price. Trust me, that is a good business model. And I would commend that to Zafar because I've just, as I say, I've really been enjoying the work he's doing in Cambridge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rira, would you like to comment on it?
It looks like you kicked the ball to me. Chris. Now, the thing is there are certainly energy sources available. Hydrogen seems to be now, it's on the forefront. The only problem, of course, you need immense energy to produce hydrogen. Yeah. And in theory, it's perfect. You take the water, split the atoms, and provide a lot of oxygen as well as get the hydrogen. But of course, the energy you use to produce, unless it comes from hydro or nuclear or some other means of CO2, without CO2 introduction, hydrogen is perfect. You can use in cars, airplanes, you know, to heat the houses, which any gas boilers at the moment can convert to hydrogen simply. So that I think is probably will be in the future. But society, I think is we are all basically dishonest as an individual, and we don't like the politician telling the truth or speak the truth, if you like. We like their lies and go along with them. And because it suits us, we are selfish, self-centered. The problem is like renewable. And also another problem, early days, the Greenpeace killed that idea. As far as I'm concerned, nothing wrong with nuclear, because France produced their 70% of electricity by nuclear for the last 30 years, 40 years. They are perfectly fine, is manageable, but not necessarily 100% nuclear. It will be part of the process, and that could be producing hydrogen, and we can convert CO2 free pretty quickly. That's one option. But one thing with the renewable, the biggest problem, as I said, we are selfish, self-centered. I'll give you a typical example. We can basically build as many as wind turbines, solars, and get 100% renewable. But what happens if you're in a lift, in a high-rise building, wind stopped, the cloud came, sun gone, and are you going to accept half an hour, wait for the wind to come back or sun to basically shine so you can get off the lift? And that is the reality. They are unpredictable. Another biggest problem at the moment on these renewables, they are basically ramping up and down too fast in terms of coming, you know, the wind, and suddenly they produce so much, they are more reliable than the solar. The biggest problem at the moment, the UK, what we are facing, the rest of the world will follow and is probably facing the frequency. They cannot maintain the frequency 50 hertz with renewables because everything is produced DC using inverter converted to AC. And that process, there are losses and ramping up. It's a bit like car accelerating. It's ramping up and down. The grid basically cannot tolerate more than 1 or 2 hertz difference between the 50 or 60 in the US. When it comes to basically 55, you will burn all your fridges and electric TV and everything will go off the grid. There are a lot of basically the realistic, if you like, the options. And somewhere along the line, hydrogen, I think, to me, probably will be apart from the electric batteries. At the moment is the battery seems to be, unless we find some magical battery solution, electric. And I think the electric batteries and the hydrogen will be the future, even whether we run out of oil or not. And, but again, is the first concept of, maybe you got it so far, I hate politicians. The minute they start putting their fingers in and everything becomes fast. If I can share my screen, I will show you. Can people see my screen?
We are going to, yes.
Yeah, that's basically what the politicians for you. It takes out of our pockets and give it to the people who put them there at the first place. Because every politician now is in the pocket of big business. And every basically regulation comes out of that. And I'll give you a typical example. Solars at the moment, PV, although they stopped subsidies, but during the subsidies, they give those pension companies and the big corporation, the finance rich people, 25 years, 8% return. You will not get anywhere else that sort of return. As soon as you put the politics into the reality, the engineering, unfortunately, the finance and the big money comes in. And you basically muddle up the whole issue rather than doing what is required and what is not required. And that's, I think, is to answer your question for the energy, I think is the hydrogen and the electric batteries. That seems to be the only realistic within the next maybe 5-10 years.
Well, thank you. Since you mentioned about the electrical batteries, I want to get some information about the lithium batteries using waste natural sources, including mushrooms. Well, I found it very interesting, Professor Özkan. Maybe you can mention about these lithium-ion batteries produced with these biomasses. I'm going to call them biomass. Do you think that this kind of batteries will be the future of the energy?
Thank you for the question. And I think, you know, what, again, we need to look into is the demand. So like moving forward, there's a huge demand in the electric mobility, and then changing all the cars to EVs. So this increased global demand in the batteries around like 14 times than today. And then if you look at the energy storage, so there is also a good amount of batteries are needed. And just trying to go for the renewable, for solar or for wind, you need to have an energy storage to regulate the basically electrical transfer and usage. And there is consumer electronics, and then we are going into the area, you know, era of the Internet of Things. So everything requires batteries. So this tells us that there is going to be a huge demand on the batteries in many sectors. And so if we again go back and look at the scenario, China is the major supplier to the world, and their contribution almost like 600 gigawatts. Japan produces about 30 gigawatt batteries, and Europe produces around 50 gigawatts, and the US is almost like 60 gigawatt scale of batteries capacities they have. So they have to pretty much like meet this demand that is coming from the EV industry for renewable and so on. Then everything goes back into the materials, because how you are going to produce this amount of batteries. So the supply chain, you know, you have to go back all the supply chain, which is the material. And there are key materials like cobalt, lithium, you know, manganese and nickel, especially for the batteries, and the graphite. And then you need to look into, you know, who produces this, you know, where are the sources, whether these are going to be sufficient, and they can fulfill this huge demand increase in the number of batteries. So that's why my research was kind of like looking ahead and trying to use, you know, biomass such as, you know, mushrooms, and the waste such as plastic bottles and glass bottles, and other renewable sources such as sand as part of making batteries, because we really need alternative raw materials for batteries in order to maintain this big demand that we are facing today from the batteries. I think lithium ion is, you know, a proven technology, and it's being used in many places. But regardless, I think at the end of the day, everything comes back to the supply chain. And with COVID and so on, also we have seen and experienced the issues of supply chain problems, and now the resource problems, because we have a limited amount of these key metals that we need for for making the batteries. So that's why we have to all look into alternative ways of making and preparing the cathode or anode materials for the making batteries to fulfill the demand from all these sectors that I mentioned. Do you have any other question here, or?
Could I just make a quick comment on that?
Sure, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, I again observe it often comes down to the financing, because if you look at use over time, you find that, for instance, vanadium flow batteries, which could go through maybe tens of thousands of cycles, become economic if you're looking at a sort of storage as a service model. Whereas if you're looking at a transactional model, which we currently do, then what you tend to go for is something, you know, maybe it's lithium ion or whatever. So I think as much as anything, we need, again, we need to look at the use over time and back to the least resource cost, because what you're doing with vanadium flow is you're literally just renting the vanadium and you're swapping the use of vanadium for maybe the energy savings that you make. So I come back to the commercial model that is being applied and looking at a use model rather than the transaction model. So I'll stop there.
Yeah, I think for the renewable applications for wind and solar, the battery type you suggested is definitely something that can be adapted. But when it comes to consumer electronics and electric vehicles, so the size of, you know, the batteries that you are mentioning is not going to work. So we have to right now go with the lithium ion batteries because that's the proven technology right now. Maybe in the future we'll come up with much safer that they claim for the solid state batteries that are being in work, but it's still in the infancy stage. So the proven technology is the lithium ion, and if we look at the majority of the demand, the 14 times of what we need today is required by 2030, let's say. So that's going to be on the lithium ion. So that's why we have to look into the material, the raw materials, that whether we have sufficient sources and whether we have enough supply chain for cobalt, nickel, lithium, manganese, and graphite, which are the key players making these batteries. So it just brings that question immediately.
Okay. So I have disconnected for a short period of time, but I'm back now. Professor Ramakrishna, you study on nanoscience. Maybe you can add some comments on alternative energy sources in terms of nanoscience.
Thank you, Elgi. So I kind of feel that first thing is I just wanted a full disclosure. I started the solar energy program in Singapore, and it has been extremely successful. And even though we have a limited sunlight because we are on the equator and we have lots of clouds, it rains most of the time. So we cannot quite rely completely on renewable energy, what we call solar. Whereas the wind, geothermal, that was also mentioned, we actually don't have any geothermal. Interesting, either is Zafar or Chris has mentioned about nuclear, and they actually also said about a comparison to France, which has a 70% comes from the nuclear, and they're also investing in, I'm not highlighting any country, but I just want to build up the case. We looked at nuclear very deeply. One of the issues with nuclear is the safety requirements and exclusion zones we have to create now because what happened in Fukushima accident, the IAEA has extended the exclusion zones, safety evacuation zones. What happens is that nuclear plants cannot be close to the urban centers. And urbanization is the theme of modernization. If you look at 50% of the humanity is now living in the urban centers, going forward would be 70%. So that's one issue, is the positioning. Second issue is the fuel is highly regulated. And in the past, countries were open to taking back for after fuel is spent. But right now, it's much more difficult. After you use, what do you do with it? There are good examples like Sweden and Finland. They go probably 5 kilometers below the ground, and they're trying to store there. But that's a very expensive proposition. So while that seems to be one idea, but I think we also have to think what else is possible. I echo the sentiment that hydrogen seems to be, to me, I feel probably more realistic in 30 to 40 years' time. But the run up to that, many of the current technology would be improved. And you basically said, as a nanoscientist, where would you see a potential? For a nanoscientist, batteries is like a boon in the world. You know, they can do so many things. Like you can take a mushroom, you make it a carbon, convert that into electrode, and make that carbonized electrode much more specific energy intensity. You can improve that, and your durability, volume fraction changes. That is also an important issue in batteries. So nanoscience guys are really doing a lot of work in the batteries, and they are coming up with a variety of solutions. One of the fundamental issues right now is if the volumes of electric vehicles, mobile devices are set to grow, the question is, do we have good techniques for recycling? Because no matter which battery you use, there's only finite lifespan. Similarly, solar panels, they're only designed for 20 years. After that, they still have to be recycled. And recycling is quite a complex process. And so to me, there is recycling technologies have not caught up with respect to the what we call battery electric power base, which is picking up quite substantially around the world. But as a nanoscientist, I believe there are real fundamental issues need to be understood. And the other one, as Özkan said, the supply chains unfortunately got disrupted because of geopolitics. Now, actually, it's not so easy in the future for these sensitive elements that actually makes the battery work so well. They actually have to come from different countries, and it happens to be in only certain countries, critical elements. So one of the solutions that has been proposed is urban mining. That means you actually take the waste and you actually get these important special elements. But again, these technologies are not readily available for many countries. So that's actually another problem which is emerging across the world. So I just want to, I'm putting my kind of a little bit emphasis on hydrogen, because hydrogen can leverage existing fossil fuel infrastructure. For example, you could use these large gas tankers, liquefied LNG tankers that run around the world that ship the energy. For example, we get our energy from Egypt, that's far away. So that's by LNG tankers, massive ones. They could be used. And the second one, the pipelines, there's lots of pipelines, you know, they could be retooled for these things. Other one is there's already flying buses and things in European countries where they have fuel cell technologies. Again, nanotechnology comes in there. So I'm trying to think maybe from the environmental point of view, emissions point of view, I believe a hydrogen-based economy seems to be the right now reasonable one compared to other solutions. Would there be a much more interesting energy solution? Then I had to think more like a science fiction. Then from the science fiction, I think there's plenty of good ideas there. That's scientists, especially physicists and chemists, are discovering new material phenomena.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable. Same materials we know, but they're actually able to identify new material phenomena in the existing materials. The advanced papers that are saying that. So I'm sure some creative ideas will come where we would have a much more better energy systems built on the most advanced principles of physics and chemistry and biology too, because biology is also, nature has lots of those biology systems. We did some work on bacteria rhodopsin-based solar cells. It's essentially a photosynthesis materials that's there in nature. Could be converted into solar cells. The issue is the efficiency. So I guess with more than 10 million scientists around the world, and there's lots of energy there, and I would be surprised completely that some new idea will come, but it would take time to scale it up and make it widely available. But there would be other, we should be open for other solutions. Yeah. Short term, well, the batteries story will continue, and a little bit longer term, hydrogen seems to be a way to go, while we de-emphasize fossil fuel-based energy sources. And then again, people are saying fossil fuel completely, we should not throw it out of the box, because carbon capture and storage, we have actually putting a policy paper where Norway has a Northern Lights program where they capture the CO2 from power plants and store it under the used oil and gas fields in the subsea systems. So that means there is no real emissions. Environmentalists might question how that would affect the local flora and fauna and microorganisms, coral reefs at the subsea level has not been fully understood, but that has to be studied. So in other words, I think most solutions, we have to look at them much more critically, more openly, rather than saying emotionally, I don't like it. I think that one means we're not giving a full attention and applying all the human knowledge that is there. So my view is there should be stronger debates. It doesn't matter. I may not agree with you, you may not agree with me, but when I put forward the facts, if it makes sense to you, why not? And just now, the vanadium flow battery comparison with the lithium-ion battery is wonderful, because that's precisely the point. Vanadium is a large flow system and a massive one, whereas the lithium-ion battery could be scaled to very small mobile systems as well. But the beauty is vanadium flow, I'm supporting them in the sense, you can actually, vanadium is used in steel plants, and slag contains vanadium. So you really don't need to go to the mine and open another source of vanadium. If there is an arrangement between a battery companies and a steel companies, a waste from one company becomes the resource of the other company. So we need to explore industrial symbiosis to solve the problem. Yeah. So, and yes, and new companies can come here. All a smart guy needs to do is pull together the waste generated from steel plants, which comes routinely, and then you have this battery companies, vanadium flow battery, for example, want to use this vanadium. Okay, you have a license for 10 years. So now you are actually creating a virtuous cycle without going to the mines. So such a new business innovations will actually solve some of these vexing problems. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your comment. So it seems that there are different energy sources or the energy storage alternatives, but still we have question about an equation like energy, environment, safety, and economy. Can we set a kind of equation, and can we find a solution for this equation? Professor Rinver, you're back. Can I have your comment on this? Can we set up such an equation? Or if we can't set up such an equation, which one should be more important in this equation? Please turn on your microphone. Yeah.
Thank you. Very, very nicely put question. I'm not going to talk about an equation, but we'll talk about a formulation, which is less mathematical, but it's something that, you know, politicians and institutions, businesses, and civil society could understand and come to terms with and hopefully comply with. And that is the United Nations platforms, most markedly the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, or SDGs, and the agreements, the international United Nations conventions that include the Rio Conventions that relate to the environment, all three of them, you know, biodiversity, climate change, and degradation, land degradation, and desertification. And all of these have established some sort of targets, sometimes binding, sometimes not. But particularly SDGs come with measurable and monitorable targets, which have indicators that have been agreed on by all of the member states of the United Nations. And equally importantly, the Paris Agreement, or UNFCCC, comes with now the nationally determined contributions, which are commitments by the governments put in writing and submitted to the United Nations. So let me start, let me talk about this latter one, the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions. These used to be INDCs, intended nationally determined contributions. Now the I has been removed, it's nationally determined. So it's not intention, but it's sort of a commitment by the governments. As you will know, there will be the United Nations Climate Summit in 3 months in Glasgow, Scotland, in November. And end of July was the cutoff date for the governments to submit their nationally determined contributions. And 112 countries have taken the opportunity to do so. So out of 197, about 60% submitted their intentions, their NDCs. And earlier in February, the United Nations made an initial assessment of what had been submitted until then, which were about 75 contributions. And the analysis indicated that we were far, far off track, okay, from the 45% reduction that is needed to limit the global warming by 1.5 degrees. It's far away also from 2 degrees, let alone 1.5. So that is quite bad. But it is an improvement over what didn't exist before. So out of the 112, actually 67 countries, 112 countries represented almost 50% of global emissions, okay? So half of the emitters submitted their intentions. The other half have not. So that is number one, and that is an alarming number. So that has to change. And out of the 112, only 52 or 30% of global emissions, global emitters, have indicated that they intend to enhance their ambition or action in their new NDCs. So it's a mixed picture, and it needs to change. It's in the right direction, but it's too slow. It's not going to make it. And I would like to, I know that you want to talk about COVID and renewables, And I will take a few minutes more,
Sure.
considering that I might be cut off again. The renewables, that there is a target that was set by International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, for the world in order to shift towards the renewables, and it had a figure of less than $2 trillion that corresponded to the nationally determined contributions, which is a very, very small figure. Okay, so countries should enhance their renewables targets. And according to the IRENA report, only 2/3 of the countries actually cited renewable energy as one of their major intentions to control climate change through their actions. And only approximately 50% actually put national targets for that, which were too low. Okay, looking at the global climate change Paris Agreement targets. I would also like to take this opportunity, considering that I may miss the next round. The COVID pandemic presents an opportunity for building back better, building back green. And there is a global observatory looking at this, established by the United Nations Environment Programme in collaboration with the University of Oxford in the UK. And according to that, unfortunately, out of the total spending, including recovery and rescue spending, only 21% of the recovery spending is earmarked for green recovery. So it shows that governments are still taking the traditional, hard engineering route to build back, only with 1 in 5 governments taking the green route. And overall, the total spending amounts to less than $20 trillion globally. And out of that, only less than $2.5 trillion is for recovery. And 1/5 of that is for green recovery. As a last word, I would like to underline the fact that as a Turk, living in overseas, I was proud to see that Turkey was one of the countries that allocated a very large portion of its recovery spending to green spending, in spite of the fact that the total amount Turkey allocated to recovery was meager, was modest, not very high, but in spite of that, a very high percentage was allocated for green preferences, to do the same thing instead of going for the traditional choices that would produce the same type of emissions and continue to contribute to climate change. That the direction was turned into the one that is right, but that has to be complemented by significantly increased investment from the perspective of Turkey, but from a global perspective, countries should really change their paradigm significantly, and not in a manner of gradual increments. They have to just make a jump and change their investment paradigms and put in a lot more budget and effort on green, environment friendly, and of course technologies and activities that would emit significantly less greenhouse gases.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It was a good summary of your opinions. Is Mr. Cook here? Yes. Mr. Cook, I'm sure you're keen about the economy of the energy, cost of the energy, but I want to ask this question to you as well. What do you think about the relationship between energy, environment, safety, and also can we develop such an equation or formulation to find a best solution?
Yes, I believe we can. Sorry, yeah. I just wanted to share an image, by the way,
Right, sure.
if I may, while we're here. Share screen. Right. Can you see the image?
Not yet. Maybe. Have you clicked the share screen?
I hoped I had. Yeah, it doesn't seem to want to play. Okay, never mind.
You can send the link if it is available. You can send the link through chat.
I will do that.
Okay.
Yeah, but in response, I mean, I'm covering some of the things that I've said already. I think in order to come up with a holistic answer, you know, an equation or a formulation was a good way that my colleague just expressed it. I think we need to apply, as I say, an organizing principle of policy. At the moment, the organizing principle of policy seems to be to maximize profit or, you know, or minimize costs. And it leads to certain outcomes because the finance is essentially outside the system, right? Our energy system has finance outside it. And what I have to say is that what we need to do is to bring energy and the flows of energy and the investment in energy inside the system. And this requires you know, financing and funding, which is literally based on energy. And to take flows of energy, to minimize the carbon fuel inputs, and to minimize energy costs. So what I'm talking about is carbon accounting in energy terms, in joules, rather than in a negative, which is a deficit. And in this way, we can resolve the problem. It's a fundamental step, but it is achievable tomorrow, because what we can use are mutual agreements, not organizations. We have enough organizations as it is. What we need is risk, cost, surplus, knowledge sharing agreements. And we need a way of actually directly investing in energy. And that's very simple. It's an energy credit. It's if I give you a token which you can use to pay your energy bill, will you accept it? I think everybody would. You know, it's a very simple idea. It's essentially prepayment for energy. And that very, very simple mechanism of literally monetizing energy is, I believe, the way that we can actually turn the corner or completely invert the system. There is $17 trillion out there now getting negative returns on, you know, as far out as 30 years. If we can actually say, okay, how would you like to take that investment and turn it and invest it directly in flows of renewable energy, of flows in saving, essentially in the flows that you generate from actually saving energy, I believe that this is the way that we can make the transition, by taking existing funding and redeploying it into development, which is risky, and of course you'll get a better return from development. But for those of us who are risk averse, like the $17 trillion sitting there, well, at least an energy return is something positive, which is never going to, if you like, lose its value. It is a stable return as well. So it's a big thought that we might actually be able to do this. But in my view, all we need is the agreements, shared accountancy, shared accounting. The tools are all now there pretty much. And what I've been working on for considerable time, and I'm doing now, is literally proof of concept. Because people say, well, where has it been done? I can point to Denmark as to a place where you can see in the energy map that the map is turned from a fossil fueled, centralized, carbon fueled grid 2-3 decades ago. Now it looks as though measles has broken out all over the map because energy generation has been distributed out to the localities. So I think that is what we're going to see if you realize that energy services are delivered locally, and that if we can actually make everybody independent in energy by literally reducing the input cost that they're actually using, that approach is completely there to be done. And I think the academics, I'm not a real academic, you understand. I like my colleague here, I spent 40 years doing this stuff, and I'm able to sort of bring together thinking from the research side to the development side and apply it. So that's, if I have a skill, that's it. So I think that the fifth fuel, which we all have, and I'm looking at a fantastic resource of the fifth fuel sitting there looking at, I'm looking at you guys. I believe that between us, we can actually come up with the solutions, apply them, and very simply fund them. All it requires is the will. That's all it requires, the agreement, the will and the agreements. So I better shut up, otherwise I'll start, I'll start preaching at you if you're not careful. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My last question was about COVID-19, but we have only 7 minutes. Can I just have a couple of words, not a long ones? What do you think about COVID-19 and climate change? Is there any relationship between these two and recent floods and forest fires? Just a couple of words, Professor Ramakrishna.
Thank you. Well, I think, I do think there is a relation between pandemics and climate change. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying it from the point of, I come from a region deeply into spiritual world. It's not from the spiritual point of view, it's purely scientifically. A simple example I could give is, if you go to forest and you stand on the soil, you take a handful of soil, you will have more microorganisms in that handful of soil than the 7 billion people on the planet Earth. So through the urbanization, economic growth, which is leading to the climate change, through emissions, solid waste, as well as disturbance to the natural ecosystems. And zoonotic diseases tend to be migrating from the natural world to the human beings. And there are many studies, scientific studies suggest there are many more viruses out there. The number of viruses that are actually residing inside the human body is still nowhere compared to the number of viruses out there. So in other words, the more we disturb the nature, they're bound to be somehow there is a transmigration through different mechanisms. The fundamental principle is, if you disturb it, in some sense, we get affected. So I would say, not only the current pandemic, sadly to say, more than 200 million people got affected, 5 million people passed away. I feel sad for such a humanity, what's happening. But key is current pandemic, as well as future pandemics would strongly rely on anthropogenic, that is human activities, which is causing some level of contribution to the climate change and extreme weathers. So I draw there is a relation, and it's good to assume there is a relation, be cautious about it.
Yes,
I
sure.
think that's good for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Özkan, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I think I also believe that there is a direct relationship with the climate change, because the extensive severe drought and deforestation, to open agricultural, basically land, and all that, the human activities does change the environment, the climate. That causes a loss of habitat. Loss of habitat for animals, and they pushes them to migrate to different locations, and they become in contact with other animals and peoples, and usually they don't. And then this creates an opportunity for pathogens to get into new hosts. And so this definitely, increases the chances of the widespread of infectious diseases. And they already have seen the impact of, for example, the fast spread of Lyme disease and some of the waterborne diseases and the mosquito-borne diseases. So these are all already being experienced. I think one thing that COVID-19 has had a positive side is about 6.4% of reduction in carbon emissions. And these are mainly, unfortunately, due to the lockdowns and no, air flight or prevention of the transportation and so on. But regardless, I think there is definitely a direct relation with the climate change and also the spread of infectious diseases.
Well, Professor Eol, do you think that we should be ready for the worst?
Yes.
In terms of the health?
Actually, the first part I can answer is in short term, it's really difficult. There's a direct relationship between the COVID-19 and climate change. It's really difficult to evaluate this case. But if you look at the world history, even coming from the Neolithical age, the world lived different pandemics. And most of them are just strictly related to climate conditions. I'm not saying the climate change effects, but they all related to climate conditions. So possibly even some people say during the lockdown period, we see different biological organisms in marine systems, in our seas, oceans, and also the air pollution is strictly, decreasing the air pollutants are measured during the lockdown period because of the people didn't use the transportation vehicles. There are some positive effects, of course, but as I said before, the world history, especially for the mini ice age between the years, the centuries, I can say the 13th to 20th centuries, world lived a few pandemics, very important pandemics. Of course, they are not related to coronavirus, but they have different, microbic conditions, microbes and pathogens. But most of them are found, apart from the geographical condition, geographical location, they just related to the climatic conditions. For example, some people from the Northern Europe can adopt the conditions. However, when they come to the South Africa, they suffer the malaria. these kind of conditions are, available in the world history. Possibly the COVID-19 also are affected the climatic conditions, but as I said before, in very short term, it's really difficult to evaluate whether they have a direct relationship between the climatic conditions and the COVID-19. But I don't.
Sorry. One of our audience wants to talk. Can I allow her to talk? Because it's the first time somebody raised hand. I just want to give a couple of minutes to her.
Okay.
Yıldız Bayazitoğlu, can you ask? Would you like to talk to a panelist?
She's muted.
Is she there?
I think she's muted, so I don't know.
Okay, raise hand, but she can now talk, I suppose. Mr. Ure, what do you think about, can you just give us a couple of words about COVID-19 and climate change? Do you think that there is a direct relationship?
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
I'm muted. I didn't want to have any noise in your panel. I really enjoyed the talks of all the panelists. I learned a lot. There are things that I was curious about it, and it's clarified my mind, which will hopefully affect my teaching at the university. I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning because I thought it was at 5, and at 6 o'clock, I thought maybe I will last for half an hour and then go back to sleep. But I have been listening to every one of you and enjoyed it. As far as contribution to the energy, you have covered it. Next panel will cover energy and education. And I hope the panelists, I'm sure I hope they did listen to all the discussions we had here so that they can include in the education panel, especially related to very unusual COVID-19 effect on energy, which affects a lot education. So I just want to thank, and I really don't have any specific contribution because my area is heat transfer. Whenever you talk about how we can save from the heat, I was opening my eyes, but the other areas I'm not really getting involved with.
Okay, thank you very much for your contribution and nice comments.
Thank you. I should thank you. I enjoyed your talk. Yeah.
Mr. Ria, would you like to add some more words?
Not enough, really. I think it's most of the things you covered, but my biggest fear at the moment, individual companies are in a great debt, and they borrowed the money for the last year and a half about this COVID, and the government's finances are really in a mess because we were already in a debt as it is, and they piled up lots of money. And I think it will take at least 5 to 10 years to pay back this money. Someone has to pay. The money doesn't fall from sky. And that, I think, that will hinder all these efforts, what we are trying to do. As Chris mentioned, there are some countries that are smarter than others. And like Turkey, probably the example is being given, maybe investing in, we already spend billions and billions of pounds, dollars around the world. Maybe we could do the same with the kickstarts and these green technologies, alternatives, other options. And that might give us a little bit wake-up call. And regarding the COVID and the impact of the climate change or climate, I don't personally believe there's a relationship. The problems, I think, is the humans and the human greed. And we basically went into the, especially one of your aspects is the fires. We probably did not live in the forest before, living in the coastal areas and remote areas. And now we start crouching into the forests, building these houses in the middle of forest, and the forest fires always natural, it always happened. Since the beginning of time, there was always a natural cycle of the forest, killing pesticides or unwanted and eliminating, if you like, the dead and sick animals. That's a natural cycle. The problem is now we moved into the forest. And within that natural cycle of fires, we are paying the price. And of course, the human activities, you know, the barbecues, throwing cigarettes and everything doesn't help. But I don't personally believe there's a relationship between the climate change as such.
We are out of time. We have already used 6 minutes more. Just I want to summarize what we have discussed and some of the conclusions, remarks. Well, we said that we should not overconsume. And we said that governments united, but implementation is needed to control the climate change. And climate change may affect the health, may not affect the health, but we should take some measures and controls to protect our health. And climate change may affect, ideas should be considered as far as I'm concerned. Renewables are good, but cannot be replaced by the fossil fuels, but they must be enhanced by the governments to control the climate change. These are my remarks. I hope I didn't forget anything. Thank you very much for your nice speech, enhancing speech and motivations. I enjoyed it very much and I'm very glad to meet you. Maybe we can meet later in another meeting. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very
Nice
much.
to meet you all.
Bye. Thank you all.
Nice to meet you all. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Ilgi, you are a good host.
Yeah, thank you. You are very good guest. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, perfect. So, okay, yes, we have 2 more minutes, but I think we have all our speakers amongst us. It's kind of funny to see yourself on the screen. You cannot help but try to like fix how you look. I need to say I'm quite excited. Yeah, 2 more minutes. All right, it is 4:15 p.m. Turkish time. So I would like to welcome you to the afternoon session of Turkish Academy of Sciences, the World Conference on Energy Science and Technology. My name is Hatice Sarıktan, and I am an assistant professor at the Environmental Engineering Department of Izmir Institute of Technology. And actually, to be honest with you, I'm quite delighted and excited to be moderating this very important high-profile panel on energy and education. I would like to start off with introducing our panelists to you. Amongst us, we have esteemed researchers from globally renowned universities. We have Professor Feridun Hamdullahpur amongst us. He was the University of Waterloo's 6th president and vice chancellor for over a decade and has been an engineer, educator, and leader over the span of his career in research and higher education. And he was awarded the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal in January 2013 for his leadership in education and innovation, amongst his other many honors and accolades. We have Professor Ibrahim Dinçer amongst us. He is a professor at the Department of Automotive, Mechanical, and Manufacturing Engineering at Ontario Tech University. He is also an adjunct professor at Yıldız Technical University. He leads the development of globally sustainable energy solutions. He is also the chair of Energy Working Group at the Turkish Academy of Sciences. His research area covers hydrogen energy and fuel cells, energy and exergy analysis, energy and environment policies. He has hundreds of academic publications and has graduated numerous master's and PhD students. We have Professor Celile Erenökten amongst us. She is an associate professor at the Faculty of Education at Yıldız Technical University. Her research topics covers language education, education planning and policies, and curriculum structures. She has worked with the disadvantaged groups, including ones with the cognitive disabilities. And within the scope of the lifelong learning program, she participated in various national and international activities projects in the fields of vocational education, adult education, and non-formal education. And she is currently working on the topic of sustainability and climate change literacy in the Turkish education system. We also have Professor Bestami Özkaya amongst us. He is a professor of environmental engineering at Yıldız Technical University, Turkey. He specializes in environmental biotechnology and bioenergy. His main objective of research is to develop the energy harnessing methodologies that can be easily adapted by the effluent treatment plants so as to produce energy. And he is the vice rector responsible for research and planning at Yıldız Technical University. Professor Mark A. Rosen is a professor of mechanical and manufacturing engineering at Ontario Tech University. His research topics include renewable energy modeling and simulation of energy systems, thermal energy storage, exergy analysis, hydrogen energy, and fuel cells. He has been the president of the Engineering Institute of Canada from 2008 to 2010, and he has been the founding dean of the Faculty of Energy, Engineering, and Applied Science at Ontario Tech University. Professor Dr. Mehmet Yıldız is the vice president for research and development at Sabancı University, and he is a faculty member in material science and engineering program since 2013. He has been leading the effort of establishing Sabancı University Integrated Manufacturing Technologies Research and Application Center and its industrial leg Composite Technologies Center for Excellence with a very esteemed Turkish firm, Kortsa. He sits in the R&D advisory board of Kastamonu Entegre, and he contributed to the establishment of manufacturing engineering graduate program at Sabancı University. So we have very esteemed researchers amongst us today, and one of the main points, the connecting point is not only they are very esteemed researchers in their own areas, but they are also educators, and they have served in the education community for years. So we would like to talk more about the education aspect in this panel. So first off, I would like to start with a very general question, and it goes like this. When you observe the current post-secondary education, which is the university, the vocational school, the colleges education, which aspects would you like to change? And I would like to start off with Professor Rosen, please. Professor Rosen, yes, thank you.
Bingo, thank you. But thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I first want to thank everyone for inviting me to participate in this panel session. What do I think of today's education practices is an interesting question. I like a lot of what I see today. I like the graduates and the capabilities they come out with, the jobs they do when they leave and go to industry, for instance. I also see things that can change and I think be better. And the pandemic has pushed us partly into that to take more advantage of technologies for virtual learning, for the ability to have students in the class, but also outside the class, to have them do things where they take advantage of all the resources on the internet much more fluidly than perhaps we've done to date, where it tended to stick more to the textbook and more to the lecture at the student's mode. So I think a more interactive model of teaching and learning, which perhaps suits today's students better, who are perhaps used to that more, may evolve in the future in a positive light. But I want to hear what others have to say too about that.
Right. And I would like to ask the same question to Professor Yıldız. Can you please share your opinions with us?
Oh excuse me. I wasn't expecting a question actually, but I was just thinking about that. But I would like to see the college students more engaged in their elementary school with the energy topics. I'm sure they have their teachers trying to do their best, but with what they already know. But maybe engineering faculty or mechanical engineers or maybe chemical engineers, especially female engineers, should go and talk to those students about how they can conserve energy, and serve their communities in future, conserving the energy, or thinking of what they can do to create new sources of energy in future what we don't know at the moment. We should be more involved with the elementary school students.
Oh, thank you for your insight. And to Professor Mehmet Yıldız, we are having a very participatory panel here. So Professor Mehmet Yıldız, can you please, share your opinion about this?
Well, I may add a few things on what Professor Rosen stated. I think we have to acknowledge that there is a significant change in the generation, the time that we were exposed to extensive amount of knowledge. It was more or so monologue. So there were one side conveying, of course, trying to make it as interactive as possible. So when we look at this new generation, they do not learn that way. Of course, given the fact that the purpose of education is not only convey the knowledge, but convey it in a way that there should be always mutual interaction. With this new generation, I think we see that one very immensely, and that becomes quite elaborated with the experience over the time that we have been living during the COVID. And then they are not limiting their learning ability and capability to the content that is provided to them. And of course, they take that one and build upon that. And then, of course, since they have quite different resources where they can be exposed to the knowledge, they can question what is proposed to them as well. So, of course, that is an upside of the problem. There's no downside, but of course, from our perspective, from the perspective of the educator, we have to also upskill, maybe the reskill, the way that we are communicating to the new generation for the purpose of conveying the knowledge. We are still learning. Humbly, I myself is learning the process and trying to digest it. And of course, just understand what will be the possible positive or negative repercussions. But I think it is going in a good direction. And then of course, there should the young generation understand that there are immense amount of knowledge available, and they start being selective as well, what to digest, what not to digest. Because if we were given a lot of nice food and just asked to just have all of them, it's going to be quite miserable per se. So this is the knowledge is an analogy from that perspective. I think one of our responsibility as educator of an online system, we should teach the sequence of digesting so much materials. Otherwise, it's going to create a lot of confusion and also the trouble for learning. And of course, that reflects itself on the psychology of the students. I think for the time being, this will be my humble additions to the question, but the later on, I may want to elaborate further on that.
Well, so far we have two very optimistic, seeing the future of education is bright, very optimistic opinions. Let's see if it goes this way. So I would like to give the floor to Professor Hamdullahpur. So Professor, what do you think that is the current pros and cons of the education, and how, of course, the last 1.5 years we had been through quite a lot. So as Professor Yıldız stated, we needed to change and we needed to adapt really quickly. And how do you see the education, current education?
Thanks, Hatice. This is such a deep topic that we could spend our entire morning and afternoon on just this question. So I think what we are doing is valuable, but we are scratching the surface. There are two aspects of it. One is every jurisdiction in the world has a different system of education. So it's impossible to propose one size fits all kind of solution. And there has to be, however, for every jurisdiction in every country, serious consideration of what will be the best system for their specific kind of educational needs and for future planning. Second one is, whatever we're talking about cannot be independent of some of the major forces the whole world is experiencing. I'm leaving COVID aside. We are seeing incredible advancement of technological changes. Okay, we can spend a lot of time on that and we're going to talk about it probably some other time. How technology is penetrated and how it will continue doing that. One simple example is I'm on the road. I'm in a hotel room in New York City. I am doing some other things. Practically, it would have been impossible for me to physically attend this event had it been physically held. But I'm able to do this. And we've been able to do this for a while. We're surviving. We're able to get our programs going at our universities and all of those things. What, however, it is taken away from us, myself personally, not being able to shake Ibrahim's hands or say hello to you and have the kind of accidental conversations that we will learn from. If you notice, we had few minutes before this meeting started and nobody spoke because we don't know each other. And these are not trivial things. These are important aspects. So to throw everything in the online education, remote education basket is a very, very risky proposition. Second one is the world is going through an incredible amount of transition in terms of aging. In many developed countries, by 2035, by 40, 50, these are all available statistics, we will have more people over the age of 65 than under 14. This is an incredibly important piece of data that most educators will have to plan and understand how we'll provide growth and to close the talent gap we will be experiencing. And lastly, we are seeing an incredible shift of the economies, economic powers. The center has shifted, it's continuing to shift, and this is also going to address a lot of different needs. I know I will get carried away and continue talking about this, but just to put a period to what I'm saying is, let's not put everything in one basket and say that this is how it should be. Different students, different segments of the society will need different kinds of talent, skills, and people. So there will be different categories, and each one of them will offer their own specific differentiation. So I didn't answer your question directly because I don't think that we can answer it right now. Thank you. I'll stop here.
No, that was perfect. Actually, it brings up more questions, and that's very valuable contribution. Thank you so much. So here I would like to quote a professor from who has written a paper in 1946, actually, Professor Blaisdell. And he has written this paper in American Association of University Professors, and his title was New Objectives in Engineering Education. He has, observed the education, and I would like to quote a sentence from him. Quote, "It is no secret that much of the justifiable criticism of technical education, at least insofar as the scientific and engineering aspects are concerned, arises from the ineffectiveness and demoralizing effects of mass instruction." End quote. So back in 1946, he was, drawing our attention to the maybe mishaps of mass instruction. And in 2021, we are introduced with another form of mass instruction, and we're talking about the pros and cons. So this was not intentional, but the last three professors are either affiliated with or working in Yıldız Technical University. So I would like to give the floor to Professor Bestami Özkaya. Professor Özkaya, what is your opinion about the current education and engineering education, to be more specific?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I have same idea with other speakers actually. So actually I am so happy that it can be considered an opportunity or a milestone for starting online education or virtual education. But the online education system in all over the world is not ready for now. In the current situation, the post-COVID education systems are not well developed right now. So in my opinion, the important point is that communication of lecturers and students with each other in the classroom and also outside of the classroom should be actively supportive. But we will learn how to overcome this problem in coming years during digital transformation in education after COVID pandemic. So actually, the education sector has been a heavy of digital transformation, but COVID-19 turned many organizations' long-term wish lists into essential needs overnight. So, however, we have seen a huge acceleration of its digitalization, which is one of the reasons for my happiness, actually. So, and now we must be planning long-term digital transformation projects in our country. And finally, digital education is the future. And we would like to set up an efficient system to see all students benefit at Yıldız Technical University and the other national university and beyond. Thank you for this question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Özkaya. And now I would like to ask Professor Ökten's opinion about the current education system internationally and in Turkey. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation. Well, it's difficult to answer, first of all, this question because as being an educator and dealing with pre-service teachers all the time, actually, as Yıldız Technical University, we were asked to adapt ourselves to the new program in a week. So it was very, very difficult, I'm very sure, for all of us. But if you don't mind, I would like to share some of my notes to clarify the issue. So we have recently witnessed human vulnerability to the impacts of climate change and also pandemic. So for me, I learned my ability. Actually, I was forced to learn my ability, how to develop my ability to integrate the knowledge I know I have into the society I faced, I dealt with. So the practices and policies, all we have, I had to think about them, all the practices, all the knowledge, all the policies I learned at home, in school, at work, okay? So, as you know, education programs are designed to help people identify the causes of problems, to solve the problems, to think critically. So we become aware of the gap between the theory and the practice. So for myself, I studying again my notes and rewrite my notes, my lectures, and to think about the gap between the theory and the practice. So it means that at a social and cultural level. This means that we need to learn how to evaluate ourselves, and how to participate or how to adapt ourselves to the new systems, to the new social structures. For instance, I had to design my PowerPoint presentations, and I have to develop new materials for my students, and not only for Faculty of Education students, but for other faculties, because some of my lectures were chosen by other students. So I have to try to make them participate in my lectures. So the communication and the gap between, so I have to communicate more effectively with them. Sorry for being excited at the last minute. I got this offer, invitation. So sorry for my excitement. But we reevaluate and design new programs supported by Web 2 tools. So technological literacy, actually the multi-literacies is our main problem. I think in every field, we have to think about multi-literacies. So multi-literacies, this term, as being educators, we have to pay more attention on this field, how to make ourselves multi-literate. This means that how to become environment literate, how to become technological literate, how to become artistic literate. So it goes on. So I think it was a very big, great challenge for all of us as educators to adapt ourselves to new technological systems, how to use Zoom, how to use other programs, how to prepare online materials, vice versa. I don't know if I can give the right answers for your question.
Thank you so much. We actually have gone through the same path as we had to adapt really quickly in a few weeks. And Yıldız Technical University has been one of the pioneers of digitalization in education, actually. And this brings me, as you talked about multiliteracies, I have, it was the first time that I heard about the exergy literacy from Professor Ibrahim Dinçer. So I would like to give the floor to Professor Dinçer about his opinion about the current education system. Please, Professor.
Thank you. I am technically the last addition to this panel, and I was kind of acting like filling materials. But anyway, so I will do my best to contribute to. And really, let's look at the purpose of university education. Really aims to shape the students in a right way for better shaping the future. So technically, the way you shape your students, and that is going to be really the way you shape your future. And we had, of course, we were thinking before or pre-COVID pandemic, we were aiming to improve the educational practices. And this is almost everywhere, every university, every program, every department was trying to really improve the process and make it somehow better. But this COVID-19 pandemic has changed the game completely. So what happened, we have gone into this period, and this period has required many things. really to become competent in various technologies, educational tools, and even technological tools to be able to use and communicate accordingly. So the question now, it was only communication. And, we were just trying to do the communication by using the tools available and deliver the lectures or notes accordingly. But the key question and how to make them really learn. Very interesting, I time to time think, we are trying to do, for example, machine learning, deep learning, really trying to better educate the machines. And we don't think this way really to educate the students, the human beings. Very strange, now I am thinking if we go like this, the robots or the machines are going to be really smarter than human beings. So really very interesting phenomena. And coming back to the key question, yes, there were certain specific practices we weren't happy, especially the traditional ones, really keeping certain specific notes, really delivering to the students, and which wasn't really in a way that making it two-way learning process. But all of a sudden, this pandemic has changed the game and really made it even more difficult for us, now requiring, of course, even more additional resources and tools, even the way, really educate them. Right now, let's say, as an educator, but it is my aim to educate my students, but at the same time, now the resources available to me are not really helping much. I have to be innovative enough to develop really my own way of really making it better for the students. So that requires really something beyond what is available. That is something innovation. So we need more innovation into this, and then really make this education possible to better shape the students. And maybe one additional thing, really coming down to educational prescriptions. So educational practices, of course, have been throughout, as Professor Hamdullahpur mentioned, really different from region to region. But at the end, now, if we try to cure the educational, let's say, diseases, we need really write prescriptions. I think we really need to dwell further on these educational prescriptions. Thank you.
Okay, very interesting point. Actually, what I get from this is the technological tools, the educational tools fall short of what we are trying to achieve here, and we kind of need some new additions, and that also is in line with what Professor Yıldız and Professor Hamdullahpur was saying, that we need the human touch, the human interaction in those innovations too. So
I would like to make some contributions to these statements, if you don't mind.
Of course, go ahead.
So you may prepare, amazing educational prescriptions, but the lack of what we witnessed in our classes, lack of synergy of face-to-face education causes attention deficit problem, lack of motivation, lack of classroom participation, attendance, and increasing rate of absenteeism. So touching education is very important in order to put tacit knowledge into practice. A few minutes ago, I tried to mention the gap between theory and practice. This is our major problem, I think, in every field. You know, we learn, but we cannot practice, or we cannot put the knowledge we learned into practice. And this is supported by face-to-face education. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right from the.
Can I jump in for 30 seconds?
Go ahead, please. It's so easy for me to moderate now.
There's no ifs and or buts about the various variation degrees of blended learning or hybrid learning. So it's a fact, and it's going to be done regardless. We are going to do participatory learning more, because we are going to get our students involved in their own learning exercises, and they're going to create their own unique paths towards their learning and all of those things. I think at the end of it, this goes back to what I was saying. What we expect from our students, the incredible depth in their disciplinary learning, but we also expect them to be well-rounded global citizens, which will require a breadth to their education. Mm-hmm. So if you have students doing nothing but trying to get into a university for 2 years and stop their broader learning and try to memorize things, you have a late start in the game. So this is just one aspect. I'm just giving you an example. This is not criticizing a system, but at the same time, the innovations, the big impact. Ibrahim said, how do we shape our students? Do we really shape our students, or our students shape us as to help them? So the real impact will be at the intersection of society, economy, technology, and all of those. And to be able to do that, we need to make sure that we're not just pushing all, regardless of the mode of learning, online, in person, that doesn't matter. Stuff that, just concentrate on that. I'm going to give you a great degree. It's going to be a great degree, but it's going to be a disposable degree, because technology and the society are advancing so fast. So I just wanted to make those points, that our thinking has to be broader than, yes, we can talk about engineering education, but it's not just about it. It's education in general. Students are in very, very different needs today. Thank you.
Right.
So
please go ahead.
Sorry, one more comment I would like to add on top of it is that if you, at least this is the way I think, if you look at the last 100 years, starting from the Industrial Revolution, how drastic changes we did have, or we impose or experience in the way that we have been teaching or the way that we were taught. So not much, actually. It was more or less the monologue. And of course, with the transformation of the digital, it was moving with the slow pace with the COVID. But actually the COVID just to pull that one at least 20 years earlier. And now we are trying to asking the question, also trying to identify ourselves. We were expecting that change, but whether it was that fast or not. Now, of course, the innovation perspective of the education has been always there. But the question is how successful we were to be able to integrate that one into an undergraduate education and make the essential part of it. I think this is a big the issue. And of course, it is irrelevant of whether the education is provided online or on campus. I think that question should be answered. And if you want to have a better life for the globe, and also the better life for the countries where the students are educated, but definitely it should be addressed and put into the center of the undergraduate education. And of course, at the graduate level, due to the nature of the graduate education, there should be definitely an innovation to be able to grant those degrees. But in the undergraduate level, I think we should be putting more attention and to fully integrate that one to our curriculum. And of course, it is not an easy task to achieve. That is what I wanted to add to all this valuable comments to this question.
So that also brings us. So since we're yes, since the conference is on energy and mostly we are from engineering field, but we decided to talk about the education in a broader sense. What kind of components do you think, Professor Rosen, would be valuable for a graduate, apart from the basic skills in math, science, experimental thinking, like being able to function in multidisciplinary, all those lists that we have in the objectives of education. What do you see as the required components as an educator?
Thank you. As an educator, the required components now, are we talking energy education, engineering education, broad education?
Yes, but you can pick whichever you would like to address, actually.
Well, you touched on a lot of them, of course, standard items that people agree with. Whether it's engineering, whether it's energy, it's a difficult world we face, but we've always faced this. Growing information, it seems to be in an exponential pathway where every year you come back and there's so many more things that everyone says, we've got to include this in the curriculum. Yet then you get the accordion effect of squeezing more and more and never taking anything out, which is devastating for us trying to rush so much material, and even more devastating for our students who just throw their hands in the air and say, how can I keep up? I agree with what I've heard many times in the past, which is the fundamentals still are paramount, that if the students have a good foundation, they can adapt to new situations. So new energy technologies, new engineering technologies come and go. The foundational understanding of how they work, the basics, helps guide you to adapt from one to another. So I think it's really important that we continue to hammer home a very strong foundation in engineering and in energy engineering, yet at the same time to give students an awareness of what future trends are, what future technologies are, and a good education in some of those, so they get examples, but they can adapt to new ones that we may not have even envisioned yet, is important. So that ability to adapt to something new is critical. Things are bigger than they ever were, so teamwork, multidisciplinary thinking, of course, come into play, and giving them time to do that is also important. But again, a topic that we could go on for hours with.
Yeah, so we also need to put it into perspective. Like, we can be really ambitious about what we would like to transfer as a knowledge and skills sets to our students, but we also consider the time and energy in terms of students' energy criteria in that. In a fast changing environment in the information technologies, so on and so forth. We were also talking about the humongous rate of production of information, and our panelists, you also mentioned how to assess, so that we need to give our students the tools to assess which parts of the information are really important, and kind of to be able to eliminate the not so important, or maybe some faulty pieces of information. So Professor Özkaya, what would you think that the tools that we can equip our students with, so that they will be ready to search through the data, the information bombardment, so that they can take the important ones?
Yeah, thank you. So, technological devices actually make our lives easier. This is certain, but it may be making us less concentrated and be bored easier. I think this need to be vivid with or research paper or research activities with research papers, not in a subjective way. So it should be objective way, it should be evaluated. So I believe that technological devices made us a little bit lazy, and the opportunity to access every knowledge to everything made that thing less valuable any of us. So even so, we cannot deny that technological devices save plenty of time for us. So shortly, we are affected by the harms of smart devices rather than the benefits they provide, and it's in our initiative to prevent this situation. I think we should be careful not to make ourselves addicted to them while taking advantage of smart devices provide us. With my short answer your question, thank you.
Thank you. So Professor Yıldız, I would like to direct the same question to you. So how we will equip our students so that they will eliminate from a pool of immense information, papers, data, the important ones that they will be able to use actually?
Well, this is a very difficult question actually to answer, because sometimes we think that the knowledge that we generate and they are put into a context and used through the software support or the so-called, like I just look at it somehow, the hypes of artificial intelligence and machine learning claim the fact that they will be replacing human genuinity or the cleverness. We bombard also the young generations. From my perspective, they are not real. It is real that we have been accumulating so much knowledge, so much data through engineering forward analysis from experiments. Mm-hmm. But of course, replacing our intelligence is not going to come. At least maybe it's not going to come at the rate to be claimed. So I think what we should teach to our students is that the capacity of the human being is known in its given time. And the knowledge is generated so fast. If you look at the number of publications published 20 years ago, and if you look at the last 10 years ago, it has tripled. It is a huge amount of publications, immense. And then we come to the level that we want to write everything, whether it is relevant or not. Sometimes this is the misdirection of the higher education, saying that that there's a statement that says publish or perish. And of course, we do contribute to this, in quote, the garbage. So then, so when we look at, we have, of course, the responsibility, especially the undergraduate students in the first place, because the graduate students have a better filters. They spend more time and they develop the scientific directions and they learn the tools, they develop the tools, and they are able to screen the knowledge and use it and implement it. But of course, the undergraduate students are vulnerable. The one can be is that, because it is not something I'm going to say new, but the way that it should be implemented, we have to more than ever integrate our undergraduate students to our graduate programs and just put them in work with the capabilities or the skills, the graduate students, so that they will appreciate the knowledge and learn that, understand that earning a knowledge that is going to be useful, implementable, convertible to the well-being of human being requires an effort. The one challenge is that they are bombarded to every kind of information. Right. And they start thinking that it is relatively easy or very, very easy to generate the knowledge. And they do not understand the knowledge. They do not dive into the knowledge. They skim it and they say that, so what? What is new in it? So this is, we should first thing we train the way they should think, and we should just make them understand that the knowledge is valuable regardless of their amount. If they want to be expert in certain area, definitely they should spend not only by reading from the Wikipedias, and this becomes somehow an easy access material, but at the same time as a big threat because it becomes less valuable. The more you have is in the case of the money, because even the money, the currency gets the value. If it is abundant, it just start losing from its value. The knowledge is like that, but we should, as a generator of the knowledge, because we are not only the educator, we are scientists, and we believe in the fact that we are not borrowing the knowledge, we are generating them in our grad schools, and providing our undergraduate students with that knowledge. So it is our primary responsibility just to make them understand that this knowledge is valuable regardless of their amount. And the one way to do so is to integrate them from the year one, not heavily, but to the mentality of the knowledge generation. Because now at this level, they are knowledge consumers. The consumer does not understand the value of sometimes the generation. So this is one thing that I want to add. Another important fact in relation to this accelerated digital transformation, and I do not want to attribute that one only to the COVID because it's going to be a false judgment, is that the curricula should change, because now it is a fact we have a pile of knowledge and that needs to be processed. And of course, this machine learning, artificial intelligence, deep learning at every field, regardless of being mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, or energy engineer, they should be integrated into the undergraduate curricula such that students not only be provided with the first year's or programming, because this is a typical curricula, but they should be provided with well-integrated data processing. And then, of course, that requires additional credits, maybe, but we should lessen something in the curricula and replace it with this. It is not a trend, it's a fact. It came because as the scientists or the higher education providers, we are contributing to the progress of the globe altogether. And now this is accumulating. Okay. We have to just ornament our students with these capabilities to be able to process and integrate them their program regardless of their discipline. There's two things that I just mentioned. These are going to be critical to be able to shape the future of undergraduate study in general.
Right.
But of course, there are many other things that can be said, but most likely the other the colleagues will elaborate on those further.
Thank you so much. Actually, Professor Hamdullahpur has raised his hand, and I'm very curious to hear about what.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. I recognize there are others who will further contribute. I think I will be amiss if I didn't mention an important element that we haven't touched on yet. So, and let me just narrow it down to engineering education. We identify ourselves as problem solvers. And sometimes we give ourselves a little bit more credit, saying that we actually come up with solutions that no questions or no problems exist. Okay, this is taken further, a step further. To be able to do that, we need to be connected with the world. We need to understand the world better. We need to understand the challenges and opportunities and everything that is there. So we cannot isolate our institutions, thus our education, within the walls of our campuses. How do we do this? Mark and Ibrahim will know well that at the University of Waterloo, we have a cooperative education system, which is probably the best form of experiential education. That's the point I was trying to make. Whatever we think of going forward, experiential education has to be the cornerstone of future education. At Waterloo, all engineering students must do 5 co-op terms. That means they will go out and work outside the university in areas that are pertinent to their discipline of study.
5 terms?
5 terms. Every time you study 1 term, go out, do 1 work term, earn real money, come back at another academic term, go out. So you have to do it 5 times, otherwise you don't get graduated.
And in total, the engineering education is 8 terms. Am I right?
Well, yeah, you add 5 co-op terms to that one. So yeah, we can talk about it for a long time. These students, of course, they earn real money. They graduate with no accumulated debt. They are employment ready. But the critical aspect of it, and I go back to, again, I totally agree with Ibrahim on this one, but this is how we learn from our students, because thousands of them. And to give you an idea about the scale of this, last year, the university we had a pre-COVID, I should say, 22,000 students worked in co-op terms. Their total earning is over $200 million. But the critical thing is, this is how the professors learn from their students, because they are our blood cells. They bring constantly information from the university to the industry, private sector, wherever they work, and bring a wealth of information back. So nobody can afford to teach the same old thing, regardless of how you're teaching it. You have to be on top of this. This is how best students learn, by understanding, this is what I'm learning. This is the reason why I am learning, and this is how I'm applying it, and this is how I keep growing my learning. So the learning never stops, it continues. I just want to stop there, and just to make sure that as we are talking more and more about the future of education, specifically engineering education, by the way, co-op is not just for engineering. It applies to every discipline, from history to political science to literature. So that experiential education has to be the cornerstone of our education plans. Thank you, Hatice.
Thank you so much, Professor Hamdullah, for this was really eye-opening, because in Turkey, I know that universities are also, trying to integrate the co-op education, as Professor Oktan was saying, that merging the theory and practice. This is another example of merging theory and practice. And she's currently in the teacher education, so she's actually educating the teachers, and they also do practice. So Professor Oktan, what would you say about the learning environment outside of the school? What types of components or characteristics of the learning outside of the school should entail, so that the students are more prepared for the real life, the life after school?
I totally agree with Professor Hamidullah. Experiential education is very, very important for every student, I think, and especially for in our case, for Faculty of Education. Unfortunately, for one semester, they do their teaching practicum, and it's very insufficient to observe the classrooms, to learn how to prepare materials, lesson plans, etc. So unfortunately, after their graduation, most of them have a great shock in their real classroom during their teaching in service, I may say. But as far as I know, Yıldız Technical University submit, I think, to Higher Education Council for co-op program. So we support co-op program, not for only engineering students, but also for our students of Faculty of Education. It's very experience knowledge, to observe how to knowledge put in practice, I think is very important for everyone.
So experiential learning, experiential education is not only for the engineering students, but for Faculty of Education, Faculty of Arts and Sciences.
Yes, for math pre-service teacher, for science pre-service teacher, even for Turkish pre-service teacher, so everyone who's struggling with education, I think it's very important to experience knowledge in their own field.
So we are coming up with really interesting, ideas. So, Professor Dinçer, I would like to ask you. So we were talking about, so that I'm hoping that this will also open up a new discussion. We were talking about the student's perspective, and Professor Hamdullahpur actually touched on that how as educators we progress. And we progress with this cyclic, like, do the students go out there to the industry in terms of, in the engineering schools case, and they learn there, and they learn about the real cases, the real problems, and they come to us. Of course, I know that the industry also comes directly to you too, and to your research group too, but let's say as the average educator, let's say all of the professors here are really esteemed professors, but how about us? How are we going to progress? Sending the students in co-op terms is good, but how do you suggest for the educators to educate themselves and be on top of things?
Right. Yes, I think there are really multiple sub questions in this. I like to address first your earlier points by really saying that education has been very static, for many decades. But what happened, COVID-19 pandemic has really become a kind of turning point. Right. So it is no longer static. So it is now dynamic. So when something is dynamic, you need to bring dynamic solutions. And the equation is nonlinear. So, and there are multiple players. Yes, Professor Hamdullahpur is very right. Experiential learning is really one of the medicines. Mm-hmm. And for this, but I like to bring it down to educational ecosystem. In the educational ecosystem, it is not only ourselves or themselves. No, look at the programs. We have been teaching the courses in the same way, for the past, let's say, maybe for myself, is like over 25 years, maybe for many others, over 30, and so on and so forth, in the same way, same content, same way. Yeah, and we cannot cope with this pace of change with this kind of approach. So what is necessary? Really, reformatting is necessary in the education. Why? We need to get into and retailer the programs, retailer the courses. And look at, for example, yes, we do incremental changes in Canada. In Turkey, I see still no changes. In the same way, I have been telling people, you are still teaching, engines courses in 2-3 modules, which doesn't make sense. Especially now when you have electric vehicles, when you have renewable energy, when you have hydrogen and fuel cell technologies and so on and so forth. So it means that first, we need to look at this ecosystem. We need to diagnose the problem and start curing it. And how we can do it, ecosystem. We are part of it, educators, and the programs, the contents basically, and then look at the infrastructure, look at the labs, and because what you do, you provide facilities, you support the courses, there are labs as part of this. Can you imagine? So now, yes, we need to be able to, of course, improve things, But what I see here, improving it, trying to improve it little bit is like, taking Advil to get rid of the pain, but internally the problem is still there. So we need a surgery. There is a need for surgery. You may call it educational or whatever, but the ecosystem has to change. This is the problem. So we are just trying to fix a few things, but not really curing the problem, So that's why my point, really, there is a need for reformatting the programs. Reformatting the programs and changing really the way we delivering the courses, the way we are really trying to cover things. And also you can't do this, really with the same people, with the same mentality. You need to be able to really start transitioning, start bringing really new people into this as well. Reality is reality. We need to accept this. So we need to really make this transition possible, and then at the end, really to be able to improve the ecosystem where you can cope with this kind of this kind of pace of change. Otherwise, how to cope with it, So it's not really easy. Students, yes, students are smarter than ourselves. We should admit this. Why? Because now they are multidimensional and multi-component. They use all these smart devices. They communicate, they use social media, they use everything, and their expectations are different. So their expectations are different and our expectations are different. So we need to bring them down where we can match this. So if we don't do these things, so what I see is not really easy. This is not really easy. Post-secondary education, if we don't really find a way of really solving this problem, I believe this may get into only online post-secondary education. And especially now, what I see really in the past, we used to have vertical education. I call it vertical education. People were getting more and more experience and then graduate. So now what I see in the programs, getting it a kind of horizontal, rather than going vertical and now more horizontal, because having more other things to learn. So making it more horizontal. So really is not an easy equation.
Yes.
So it is a nonlinear equation.
For 1 minute there, I was afraid that you will ask us that equation.
I will come to that equation later, but not now. How to solve that equation?
Yes, it's a very
but if there are comments, but Ibrahim, this concept of T-shaped learning has been around for a long time. So this is well before COVID, and I think we've been trying to do this. To go back to your question, Hatice, as to what can we do as educators? We need to learn from each other. So
how can we educate the educators on that?
Those institutions that don't have a mentoring system in place, it will be a valuable contribution, mentoring, mentoring each other. This is not support for all faculty members to learn about the technological tools that Ibrahim touched on several times and the others do. Mentoring is different, and you have to have it established. Those of you who are interested, the University of Southern California has the best faculty mentoring system in the world. Part of that I really like is senior professors are mentored by junior, just hired professors, because they bring the kind of new knowledge and practices that the old buggers like us, are not aware of it. So just giving you the breadth of mentoring, it is incredibly important.
I would like to say astaghfirullah, but I don't know how I can translate it to Professor Rosen, though. I was, Okay, so Professor Dinter was, talking about the change of the educational ecosystem, and that's a very fundamental change that we are talking about. And we, for example, as a academic at engineering faculty, it was apart from personal interest, nobody requires me to go and look for the educational paradigms or any tools that will make my teaching better. So to become a university professor, at least in Turkey, we are not required to, nobody looks how good you teach, but they look how good you publish. As Professor Yildiz has mentioned, publish or perish. How many, academic SCI, papers that we have published, how many, international conferences that we have given talks, so on and so forth. And at the very end, they're asking how many, just the number and the number of students, the number of courses, how many courses that you have taught recently, how well you taught them. Nobody, no, I mean, at least now, and I am just, trying to get my tenure. So nobody really knows. Maybe we need those kind of assessment systems in place so that we can be better educators or role models to the students, our students. So I would so we're just in our last half an hour of this panel, and I would like to go back to the aging population that Professor Hamdullahpur has pointed out. Being engaged in lifelong learning is also an important aspect in education too, because it's also listed within the educational objectives, being engaged in lifelong learning, because the education doesn't stop at 4 years or 5 years or 6 years, whatever. So I would like to ask Professor Rosen, so in the era of distance learning or remote education, what is your take on lifelong learning, how we can produce, let's say, better engineers, but in other vocational areas too? What do you think?
Wow, lots to talk about. Lifelong learning, of course, is essential. It's a mantra we've heard for a long time. Mm-hmm. I think it's a mantra, though, that is real. Excuse me. It is somewhat real in that as knowledge grows, information coming at us just continually gets bigger, larger, more complex. People will have to learn on the fly as we go. The implicit arrogance that what we teach students in 4 years or 5 years, depending on your program length, is all they need to know is absurd. What I try to tell them is it's a starting point. From then on, things change. I don't even know what it will look like in 5 or 10 years in terms of what you face. You will have to be adapting and learning. We try to give you a foundation both of knowledge, skills to grow on, and that ability to adapt, turn right, turn left, as new things come into your way in front of you. And that's going to be always there. How we engage them in this, that's difficult because they can't experience, we can't teach them lifelong learning. It's partly as you get out from university and realize you have to update yourself continually. So we can stress that, but it's only something we're telling them, trying to give them the tools to learn, to adapt. To me, that's the key ways. If they can adapt in our courses by, I teach them this, but then I throw them an assignment that forces them well outside that. And I say, it's up to you to figure out how to solve this. It goes beyond what we've covered. Mm-hmm. This is what you're going to face in the real world quite often, things you have not covered. We can instill that ability that hopefully they can grow with. pushing it through the importance of licensing bodies that demand they keep up to date in time to maintain their license helps, but that's kind of a hammer to try to stress the same point. I like to encourage it through just telling them how important it would be.
Yes, and I think the lifelong learning is about the knowledge or the information that they are going to need in their like future life, whatever, because apart from personal interest, people try to, if they're not good at technological tools, they try to learn those or some like models that in engineering, at least it's that. And again, about the legislation, abiding the new legislation, so on and so forth. So that brings us to the micro credentials. So what do you think, Professor Ökten, is the micro credentials that the future education shall include in the university education?
Actually, we have to take into consideration micro credentials because if you want to have a positive attitude towards changes, and in educational policies, if you for lifelong learning programs, as being professionals, if you want to upgrade and update yourselves, so you have to improve your positive attitudes. You have to have positive attitudes towards changes and towards taking action, and also influence education friendly behaviors. So these triggers the other. So you have to pay more attention on micro credentials in every field, not only in engineering. I think in medicine, in arts, in other scientific fields. So, but I would like to add, if you don't mind, a small contribution. Before, I think above all, we need to talk about attitude, ethics. If you want to design, redesign curricula, first we need to talk about ethics, the standards of education based on ethics, and these are closely related to attitude and personal concerns. So how to educate attitudes, personal concerns, behaviors of our undergrad students, or even primary and secondary students. So if you want to make changes in our university curricula, we have to think about the ethics closely related to in every scientific field, I think.
Okay. Yes, I also strongly believe that it's very important about the and I would also like to direct the same question to Professor Yıldız. What type of, you have talked about the redefining the curricula and how we shall integrate the undergraduate learning with graduate learning, so that they will know the value. So it's also, I think it's kind of like related with the ethics and how they see their older peers value the facilities, the knowledge, and all that. Can we please hear your take on this point?
Specifically on micro credentials, I didn't grasp your question very well. If you can clarify a little bit so that I can start with it.
Professor Ökten was talking about the ethics, one of the micro credentials that in the engineering education or in education in general, we were talking about some components that are also integral to the education, ethics learning, or how you learn ethics. I'm not sure if I'm using the right verb for it, but developing a sense of ethics, is one of them. And you were talking about the value of knowledge and how that knowledge is used. And we are, I think that's all connected. So as being related to what you have talked about recently, just previously, can we hear your take on this?
Yeah, thank you very much for clarification. I think it becomes quite important, especially in this online education time, because in normal time when the students are on campus, for example, for a given lecture or courses, students were interacting on physical basis. Actually, Professor Hamdullahpur emphasized on the importance of touch base and to be connected. Now, in this online period, we have a getting weaker muscle in that. That makes the ethics and also the value of the knowledge and the knowledge generation, giving importance to intellectual property. They need to be conveyed as a very strong message, much stronger than maybe we have been doing actually. This is very, very important because now when you give an exam, if that is going to be, let's say that online, and then whether we will be able to ask the student to turn on the camera or to turn off the camera. So there are other regulations and the rules or the bylaw. Sometimes it's not very easy to bypass them, but definitely students at any level, not only the undergraduate level, where the knowledge is generated, ethic becomes very integral part of it, and it should be definitely the part of the learning process. I don't know how it can be integrated, because not only teaching them by course, I think the best way to teach is to through the hands-on experiences, giving test cases or the benchmark cases, and the results of and the violations of this, how it will affect not only the life of the others, but his or her life. These needs to be it is already integrated in the curricula, maybe to a certain extent, but it should be again revisited, reevaluated in terms of their effectivity, whether we clearly convey this, but it becomes quite an important aspect of this online education, and definitely it will be in the future.
Yeah. So thank you. Maybe our colleagues from Canada may have an idea of how we integrate the ethics and how we, as Professor Rosen is used, instill those like values within the students. Professor Hamdullahpur, do you have what would you tell us? I'm taking notes.
So it's I would change it a little bit. It's the integrity of the degrees that we bestow upon our students, integrity of their learning. And that kind of forces us to rethink, and goes back to Ibrahim's, we need to really talk about reforming. And that includes, how do we assess our students' learning? How do we assess their competencies? Does this have to be just giving them a 3-hour final exam or midterms, or are there other tools we could do this? But really, if the more we integrate our online capabilities into our students' learning exercise, we need to understand that there may be other ways that we can assess their competencies, but we need to assess that. Nobody could afford to graduate engineers or doctors or lawyers or historians without assessing their cost will be very high. The other part of this is I think right now, to put some numbers on the table, at Waterloo for this coming September, 80% of the students, our entire students population that will either come back or start in September, 80%, over 80%, they said they wanted to be on campus in person.
Yes.
Whether they learned still in a blended fashion or in person, that was not the case. They wanted to be on campus.
Mm-hmm.
Over 80% of our international students, which is a sizable number for Waterloo, about 13,000 of them, they said if they were not coming to campus in person, they will either withdraw their acceptance or delay it for further for 1 year. So this shows the human aspect of learning, education. It's not just learning, it's education we provide is incredibly important. There are no, right now, technology-based magic wands that will give us all the solutions. It will be, again, as Ibrahim mentioned, nonlinear differential equation. I hate it. I had to deal with them a lot, but that we shouldn't look for a linear solution here, and it will be in various different shapes and forms. But I go back, and this is the part that the education, I think some of my colleagues touched on it, the massification of higher education. You look at the numbers, it is huge. We've never seen so many students at universities and colleges before. And it is impossible to, again, put all of them in one basket. Over the past, before COVID, the higher the number of international students went, the higher, like 800% more academic integrity offenses we had to deal with. So how do you bring them to a level where they will understand those fundamental values, principles? That only can happen when you bring many other things together. Our engineering educators, us, we really need to, Ibrahim, I could not agree with you more. We had to put our heads down and say, do we really need to teach everything we're teaching? I went to the Technical University of Istanbul, and my gosh, like they pushed everything down our throat. Whereas we had no exposure to humanities, we have no exposure to anything else. Do all of these, or you'll disappear. We really need to understand how many of us had the pleasure. I learned it myself, history of engineering.
Right.
How could engineers intersect it with historians, with medicine, with other disciplines? And the more we could do this, some other aspects, I can learn Bessel functions myself. I don't need somebody teaching me.
Mm-hmm.
But to be in an environment where I'm learning bigger things is incredibly important. I will finalize it with one thing. If I were to build my own university now, I will make it mandatory for every student to take archaeology, anthropology, and astronomy, to do to two ends of the spectrum. Understand those better. If you do that and have a good appreciation of it, you will learn every other thing a lot more effectively. I should stop here before I get carried away. Thank you.
I would like to contribute.
Go ahead. I am taking notes. I am learning so much from you. Thank you so much.
I would like to contribute on that remark. Actually, as Sabancı University, when the university was established, it was established on that idea. In Turkey, we set up the university without having boundaries in the departments. We create the Faculty of Engineering and Natural Science specific to, and the students were required to take definitely the social science courses, which makes immense amount of changes, not only being a better engineer, they understand the society, because at the end of the day, the knowledge they are going to generate or contribute will serve the society. And then having that understanding in mind, it makes a student very strong, and self-assurance. That is very, very critical, I believe, with this, the online education. And I see that there will be more interactions among the universities globally, and they will start influencing each other from that perspective. And then best practices will penetrate into a higher education system much faster than we experienced, although those practices were being performed at individual level, but I think that will be more performed in the institutional level globally. Just to second the point of the Professor Hamdullahpur, I wanted to add that one as well.
So it seems like we need to organize another conference about the best practices and how the universities can actually learn from each other. That's and I also took the note of University of Southern California. It was, I guess. So it's amazing. So Professor Dinçer has
Khadija, only if it's in Izmir, and only if Ibrahim takes us to that place on top of the mountain. That was, I don't know, more than 10 years ago that you
Which
cook
one?
yourself and eat as much as you can. I haven't eaten since that meal.
Well, I am working in Izmir Institute of Technology. It will be my honor to, host you, Professor. All of you, actually. Professor Dinçer was about to say something. I'm sorry.
I like a little bit to what Professor Hamdullahpur mentioned. And really, when you look at the survey results, really the students want to be on campus. Because we shouldn't think that, it is only through interaction with the professors. No, through themselves.
Exactly.
Interacting with themselves. So what we do, by making everything online, really we put that interaction aside. So they die for that kind of interaction. They learn from each other, maybe sometimes more than what they learn from their professors. So what we do, and this is something missing, so really necessary. But I have just checked one thing. You may, I'm sure you are familiar with edx.org, the online platform where they have, I have just checked, over 160 universities, over 3,000 courses. Right now, 453,409 people are educated, being educated through. So can you imagine now that kind of platform? There is really a kind of conditions and pandemic really pushing us towards. But on the other hand, students do not want that. That, I think, at the end, really is gonna come down to really two types of education. Online education has to be there, but there should be really on-site education. On-site, but I don't mean really students what they like more. I have been observing, and I have been making it, at least when I have a small number in my class, I do it more discussion-based. So if you make it more discussion-based, they like it more because they want to be on campus. They want to discuss things. They want to learn things rather than in a same way, one discusses or explains the same thing over and over and over. That doesn't work anymore. Now, micro-credentials is gonna change this formal education into a kind of semi-formal, and ultimately, eventually, is gonna be informal education. I believe informal education eventually we'll have online education, informal education. Students are gonna come on campus and really informally meet their professors, meet their peers, and really what they do, they learn now that way by discussing rather than lecturing. It has to go away. You know, lecturing doesn't work anymore. Nobody wants to hear any more lectures. You know, lectures, I'm telling you, they are fed up with lectures. They don't want to hear lectures anymore. So that's why we need to understand this. The phenomenon is different. So now by considering this, and I see online education is gonna flourish more. But on the other hand, students want to be on campus and interact. So I believe it's gonna go that way. Not every university is gonna survive, by the way. So only some universities will survive, and some will be replaced by the online educational platforms. So many universities are there offering degrees and so on and so forth. Even MIT offering degree with MIT X. X is a kind of extended. So when you look at this, but one important thing in the educational system, integrity, as Professor Hamdullahpur mentioned, if you don't have integrity, forget about education you provide, you know. So those are not going to really serve better. No, they are gonna make it worse. And that is something very critical. And I like to stop there here.
Oh, thank you so much. And Professor Özkaya, I would like to, hear your opinion about the ongoing discussion about the micro-credentials too. I know that Yıldız Technical University is one of the most populated universities in Turkey, and it's a technical university. So what is your take about the integrity of the programs, new assessment programs? And, I'm also sure that your students also would like to be on campus with the new semester. So I would like to hear your opinion about that.
Thank you very much. So same thing with Technical University of Istanbul. So in Yıldız Technical University, so a lot of knowledge we gave to the students actually for now. But as Yıldız Technical University, we aims for an original education approach, so that captures the spirit of the time, and we create opportunities to find solutions to real life problems with its 28 research and application centers and more than 300 research laboratories equipped with international standards. But it should some transition to the some digitalization, transformation of digitalization. So we would like to convert all laboratories, augmented reality technology for training future engineers in the field of both energy and the other engineering fields. So we must implement virtual reality, augmented reality in experimental laboratories within the university. That mainly prevents students to have real practical engineering experiences that can be gained in laboratories and energy plants and the other plants and real applications. I think the pandemic will make a very important breakthrough in education. According to these innovations in higher education, we should not delay in renewing the engineering curriculum and action plan to compete with the other world university as a national university and Yıldız Technical University. We should renew all engineering curriculum for now, as Ibrahim Dinçer said before, an action plan to compete with the other world university. Thank you, which is my last word. Thank you very much.
Thank you. it's important to hear the Yıldız Technical University's plan because Yıldız Technical University is one of the most important universities in Turkey too. Okay, Professor Hamdullah, please.
If you allow me, just very quickly to share my screen for just 1 second. Just wanted to show you something. One of my favorite, this is from one of my presentations. I'll just go to this one. Can you see this slide?
Yes.
This is the picture you see is from the 14th century. This is a lecture at the University of Bologna. And you see a professor at the lectern, students. It's not surprising to see, just like today, a student is asleep. Some of them are just having, and this is a modern classroom. The only thing that has changed is the furniture and clothing. The rest is the same, professor lecturing, just like, you know, Ibrahim, you said. I start my presentations with that picture, that this is from 14th centuries today, 700 years, and look how much progress we've made. If nothing COVID was good for, it was good for to put the fire under our feet and say that it is time for a change. So just wanted to share this with you. I thought it will add some humor.
Oh, thank you so much. It definitely did. It's very eye-opening, yes. So I would like to say that I am an environmental engineer. And as I say that I was born an environmental engineer because all my education is on environmental engineer, the bachelor's, the master's, the you know, PhD, and Professor Özkaya is also an environmental engineer. So that brings me to the United Nations 17 Sustainability Development Goals. I would like to, you know, end the panel about you know, with addressing those goals and how they are integrated, or if they are integrated in the education system. Because in the previous panel, Professor Ramakrishna told us that you know, there was a comprehensive study, and they found out that only 10% of the universities that had been studied contributed to this study. And I think the sample size was particularly big. Only 10% has actually integrated those sustainability development goals into the education system. And while keeping in mind that we need to have a planet, you know, the physical, you know, sustainable planet, so that we can sustain the education and sustain our educational system. I would like to give the floor first to Professor Rosen about you know, his take on the sustainability development goals. Any one of them. It can be the climate change, which is a very hot topic, or you know, responsible manufacturing, or you know, smart cities. So do you believe in, Professor Rosen, the need of integrating those sustainability development goals into our curriculum?
Thank you. Very interesting twist on the discussion. I'm editor-in-chief of a journal, Sustainability, so I very much believe sustainability is important for humanity, for society, civilization at large. If we can't survive and thrive 20, 50, 100, 200 years onward, what are we doing? So sustainability is important. I was delighted that this got manifested in terms of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, because it put some structure to some of the thinking, because it's very broad, very multidisciplinary, almost impossible to encapsulate. So it gives us some structure. Those goals aren't perfect. They're not the be all, the end all. They're for the period 2015 to 2030, at which point, who knows what will evolve after, because these goals evolved from some earlier United Nations work. Certainly, I think it's important that we include elements of sustainability, whether it's through the goals that the United Nations put forward or other aspects of sustainability into our curriculum. But I think it's fairly easy to do. I don't think it takes an overt switch in what we're doing. Rather, I think we can look at almost every course and say, facets of sustainability through the Sustainable Development Goals come into play here. In environmental engineering, for sure. In energy engineering, certainly the climate change, the resource consumption comes into play. So the Sustainable Development Goals aren't going to be covered by every country in the same way. They were meant to be adapted by country as appropriate for the country. And I think different institutions, universities may pick up on certain goals and emphasize certain ones more. Individual programs and individual courses will do so as well. But I think it's a good practice to look at them and reflect on how they apply in professor by professor in their course, and program by program, how they fit in.
Oh, thank you so much. And then we may also come up with best practices about those too. And the best practices, the use of that term belongs to Professor Yildiz. So I would like to ask his opinion about the integrating, SDGs in the curriculum, and maybe he can tell us how Sabancı University is doing that.
Thank you very much for question, Hatice. I also give immense amount of value to that, because even very recently, it is very unfortunate and heartbreaking. Globally, all the forests are on fire, not only in Turkey and our neighbor Greece, and when I was in Canada, there was. So now the earth is fighting back, and fighting back hard. And of course, we cannot just close our eyes anymore. And definitely those SDGs are valuable. And at Sabancı University, we went beyond only integrating into the curricula. We integrated into the strategic plan of our university. Now it is one of the first item of the university to abide by the SDGs. And of course, not all the SDGs, it is practically impossible. We just look at those critical ones and the key enabler ones. Right. And of course, and then we start tailoring our research, how it touches upon those SDGs in relation to the energy, not only the energy, but other aspects, and also the accessibility of the education by the citizens. So these are very, very critical, and our primary responsibility as educators and also the scientists and administrators of the universities. It is very critical, definitely. And of course, from that, once it is integrated into the strategic perspective of university, it will naturally penetrate into the undergraduate and graduate educations, and also all the research activities. But it should be at the heart of the university's strategic plans to be able to pull all these written materials out of paper and put them into a practice. So we give a lot of importance to that as an institute. And I personally believe in that fact, because sometimes we use the terminology sustainability, but we start putting different meanings into it. And we always ignore the planet aspect of the sustainability. We typically consider the profit aspect of it. It is easy to come to the mind, but when it comes to the people and planet perspective of the sustainability and the associated goals well defined in the SDGs, we should be very sensitive and implement it before being any late. And on institution level, it should be definitely implemented, not only on the course level.
Thank you so much. It's very good to learn about Sabancı University's take, and I think other universities also need to follow the same example, Sabancı University's example. So from this, I would like to turn to Professor Özkaya. Since he is an environmental engineer and also the vice rector. In this panel, we were so lucky we had two vice rectors with us. So, Professor Özkaya, can you please also tell us about the importance of the SDGs being integrated into the curricula, and the Yıldız Technical University's take on that?
Yeah, our university, Davutpaşa, we have two university campus. One is Beşiktaş and the other Davutpaşa campus. So the Davutpaşa campus, considering Times Higher Education Impact Ranking, so we have last year 240th grade in the world, actually. So considering SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, so we develop all sustainable projects in our campus and developing some project and some open laboratories. For example, photovoltaic panel will be built up next year. Mm-hmm. So 3 megawatts energy power plants will be built up in our campus, actually. So lectures are one part of the story, actually. Important point is to transform university campuses into centers for low carbon and sustainable center by developing projects. So I think online education system is not sustainable because consuming more energy. Students actually shall take part in this project to increase their awareness on energy-related challenges. This will help them in meeting challenge on production of renewable energy that the world facing today. So small power plants running on renewable energy like solar, hydrogen, biogas, etc. shall be installed in the university campuses, not only to make research, but also to educate students on hand. So just as an example, large flat roofs are perfect for solar panel installation. As our university, as Yıldız Technical University, our solar panel, photovoltaic panel project will be put into operation into 2023, and significant part of electricity used on the Davutpaşa campus will be met by these small power plants. In the future, the aim is to remove campus from the state energy grid by installation of different power plants. Mm-hmm. There is too much weight for this purpose, but this will be the challenge for both our academic and also students. Okay. So we are working on sustainability and sustainable campus, and which is the last word. Thank you very much for it.
Thank you so much. And Professor Dinçer has raised his hand. Please, Professor Dinçer.
I like to when we look at what really people need clean air, clean water, mm-hmm. clean food, and clean energy, mm-hmm. sheltered by quality education. And quality education is number 4 in that SDGs, So mm-hmm. what is necessary now? If you provide the people with this cleanly, and then really quality education, and we do fulfill our responsibilities. Mm-hmm. So that's why we don't, we try, basically today's discussion was really about this quality education. We indirectly discussed to actually how to develop a better educational system, which will really educate students in a better way. So really, at the end, coming down to quality education. But we should always remember what people need, and we should be providing them in a clean manner, but education in a quality manner.
Yes, thank you so much. And for the quality education, and the clean environment. We also need to educate people from the, let's say, from the beginning, and we need to maybe, talk about, of course, we're talking about university education, but we may also need to look into the, more earlier stages of education and start about the climate literacy at an early age, which brings me to Dr. Aktan. Dr. Aktan, I would like to take your, opinions about the climate literacy and where we are actually in Turkey about that. So I would like to ask your opinion.
So I don't want to be a pessimist, but for primary and secondary education, although Minister of National Education mentions climate issues on their reports and declarations, but unfortunately in our course books in primary education and secondary education, they mention slightly on in stories, okay, and mentioning about water conservation, global warming, that's all. But so far, they haven't designed comprehensive themes about climate change or about environmental literacy, environmental issues. So we need to generate materials, course books, to make our students become more aware of climate, actually become more aware of their environment, let's say. But I think I have to criticize. We prefer to copy paste programs. Okay, now we are conducting a program based on constructivist theory. Briefly, its objective is on construct knowledge and to make negotiation between knowledge and practice. So constructing, scaffolding knowledge, constructing knowledge, and through practicing. But when we look at the classrooms, activities conducting in the classrooms, unfortunately, we do not see these constructions of knowledge. So if you want our students to become climate literate, so we have to design our materials, course books, but actually we have to conduct activities based on more learner-centered, and we have to teach them how to assess themselves. So self-assessment is the key role here. And we make them to become aware of their self-assessment, their literacy, not only in writing or reading, in other fields, in other themes, and multiliteracy, to make them how to connect knowledge they learn in, for instance, Turkish lesson with geography, with science, with math, because this is the logic of constructivist theory. But with the lack of this, it malfunctions, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So it is, at the end of the day, it's meaningless. But I would like to add one more point to this very productive meeting, the realities of Turkey. You may design perfect programs, course books, but at the end of the day, after the graduation, my students, the students of Faculty of Education, have to take entrance exam. So after in Turkey, we have many entrance exams. So they have to take civil servant entrance exam, and they have for the fourth grade students, they have to deal with this anxiety, how to get their job as a teachers. They want job security. So integrity of learning and unemployment, and the other one is, I think, ecosystem, educational ecosystem. So these are all clashed at the end of the day. So I don't know, but for the fourth grades, we have to introduce them the tests. Unfortunately, we let them overload, you know. So these are the realities of Turkey, unfortunately. Okay. I would like to take lectures in Southern California. The lectures there, but in my country. We are, I think, all agree on the tailoring the education according to the needs of the planet, and of course there are issues that do not really work with each other, but we may have to make them work with each other. So there was only one panelist that hasn't. In Turkey, quality of education directly correlates with economics.
Yeah. But if I may jump in for a second.
We have to find some solutions about this.
Yes, for the last, we are almost at the end of the panel. So I would like to give the last word, if it's okay with all panelists, to Professor Hamdullahpur to,
I don't mean to grab the last word, but I think to wrap this up in a meaningful way, positive way. I don't mean to be pessimistic either. Mm-hmm. Due to automation, artificial intelligence, and robotics, 130 million jobs will be lost by 2030. So this is the pessimistic side. At the same time, more than 130 million jobs, new jobs that don't exist today, new jobs will be created because of technological advancements. I'm not making these up. Go to McKinsey's reports. You will find all of these. That goes exactly to the heart of the matter that many of my colleagues pointed it out today, that our education system has to be ready to enable for those. Many of the old jobs, if we keep educating our students for the old jobs, they will be unemployed or underemployed. If we align our systems to be able to create those jobs, understand what they are, be entrepreneurial, create new businesses, new jobs, we will be then building that future that Ibrahim, you pointed out many times. We will be contributing building that future as opposed to being on the sideline and disappearing as universities. Again, you pointed that because we'll be irrelevant.
Obsolete, maybe. Yeah, we need to change and adapt to change. I think that was the take-home message of this panel today. Thank you so much. I would like to extend my gratitude to each and every one of you for our panelists. There is actually one Q&A. So just a little question. There is from Adnan Midilli. What is the key role of non-technical activities on the quality and success of engineering education students? So I would like to extend this question to Professor Dinçer, please. Then the key role of non-technical activities on the quality and success of engineering education students. And with that, I would ask you to answer, in 1 minute, Professor Dinçer, if that's possible.
I think what Professor Bidilli was trying to ask, yes, it has 2 dimensions, technical, and when you take any program or any course in specific, there are 2 dimensions. One is technical, you really equip them well with technical information. Non-technical means how to interact that or with the real life. So I think that is the key, bringing those interactions from environment to social, daily life, and that kind of, so it is to me as critical as technical content. So at the end of the day, if you want to really equip your graduates in the best possible way, you need to equip them, of course, not only with technical knowledge, but you have to provide some additional knowledge and resources and making them really think more creatively, more innovatively, and also really more analytically. This is, so technical and non-technical dimensions or components are equally important. So I close here.
Thank you so much, Professor Dinçer. And at the beginning, I forgot to mention that Professor Dinçer is also the chair of the conference. So we really had a very high-profile panel here. Thank you so much. I would like to thank each and every one of you for attending this panel and sharing your valuable opinions. We were really, blessed. Thank you so much. And we would like to see you tomorrow at the opening ceremony. Thank you.
We want to thank you, Hatice. You did an exceptional job in keeping us time and, with your commentary.
I actually missed by 3 minutes. Thank you so much. It means so much to hear it from you.
I joined Professor Hamdullahpur, who is my abi. So for this,
I will remember you at 4:30 tomorrow morning when I wake do my presentation.
Thanks to all the panelists and moderating. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye all.
Thank you. Bye bye.